with Vintage Story. For those who haven't seen me playing this recently, it's kind of like Minecraft, except if it actually despised everything you believe in and exist. And I'm joking about that. It's very Minecraft-esque in aesthetics, but it has a very, very major emphasis on survival. Your crafting has tons and tons of depth to it. So it's not just slap some stones on a stick, congratulations, get mining. Literally just to get your first pickaxe, it took me almost 9 hours. Okay. So those are all still growing. It's also very interesting how different each run in this game can be just based on what you find early on. Because, like, the other playthrough, I've only got 2 hours on off stream. I've already found, like, carrots and parsnips and all that. So I've got, like, a full veggie farm going. Okay, so we needed more copper, I believe. Yeah, so I've got 80 units of copper in there. And another 500 units of copper? And I believe 700 is an anvil. Now, we did find copper and nightmares to the south here. Alright, so I've got a spare pickaxe and a spare pick. Okay. And we built a bow. I've not used the bow, but I did build one. And we are fast approaching fall. We have gotten to the 3rd day of September, and each month is 9 in-game days. Looks like Minecraft alright? Yeah. Is it Ellen Ennis? Ellen Ennis hasn't been alive for literally years. Dr. Ellen Ennis bit the big one years ago in Project Zomboid. Now Venus Orozco is still around. She's effectively retired. Hey, Il Tebe. Taibe. Words. Hibe. Good to see you. Alright. That's a danger dog down there. Okay, down here somewhere. Yeah, so this hole, we detected a very, very low amount of iron in this general area. Like, it's what's considered a high amount of iron, but it's still only like 2%. Right now, my goal is to try and get ourselves a whole lot of, stuff. If you're not a big fan of the new-ish Stream Alert bot Discord, makes it a little less convenient mobile, because it doesn't link the notification versus Cookie's ping. You could open up the notification. Just a random little thought. Ooh, let me take 2 seconds to take a quick peek. Because I'm under the impression that because I made the new notification, that should have a link to it. Yeah, no, if you click the title, it should link directly to the stream. Like, if that's not working on mobile, I gotta look into that. Because I'm the one who wired up the link and everything. Basically, I got rid of the bot because they wanted to charge a whole bunch of money. Oh no, that wasn't it. That was right. They were charging a little bit of money. They went to raise their prices, and then on top of that, they started pushing AI crap, and I'm like, alright, well, I'm done with that. Yeah, but it's the way it's formatted, the link doesn't appear in the notification itself. Oh. Oh, like, if you have the Discord app up on your phone, it pops a little thing down. You have to, like, click on that and then click on the notification. I don't know if I can... I mean, I can make that... I can potentially make that work by putting the link at the very top, in addition to what's going on there. That might work. Okay. So straight down to us is where the copper is. Yeah, I'm just thinking, if I add the link to the top... Alright, so you got red clay here, so let's mark that. It's not a huge deal either way, just something to think about. Yeah, no, I hadn't thought about that. I'll have to see how I can test it. Okay, we got another cave here to mark. Yeah, so I just want to get down here and hopefully get ourselves a bunch of copper. We also increased our inventory a good amount by just being able to go in there and dig into it. Okay, so right over here is where we surveyed the area and located quite a bit of copper. Like, the area we're at here is supposed to be, like, 34% copper. And we went down to where that skull and crossbones were and found absolute nightmares. You got blue clay marked there. What was the pickaxe? Was the pickaxe just marking quartz? Oh, no, that was the, olivine, whatever it was. That I think I need a better pickaxe to get, if I recall. Yeah, so I was just where I was checking for stuff. And we already checked that area. Yeah, you can see all over the place, kind of poked little spots into the ground. Just the off chance you could find copper here. Yeah, there's somewhere down here I actually located a spot that we didn't find a ton of copper. We had found a bunch of lead and then some copper there as well. But I sure don't remember. Okay. I think it's literally over here. I think this is the spot I was just looking for. Okay, so that goes bad in less than a day. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I think we may have tapped this spot out. Yeah. It's already got this area cleaned out that was in that spot. Yeah, so we're kind of honestly at a point of just walking around, poking down, looking for caves, that kind of thing. Okay. Gotta be here for sure. Good luck in your prospecting journey. Well, thank you. Alright. Will we go better than yesterday? I mean, ultimately we did find a good amount yesterday. Maybe not as consistently as we would like. But we still end up finding, I think it's like 2 or 3 veins. Not a giant vein like we found that sulfur vein. That sulfur vein we found was ridiculous. Yeah, no, that was, we did get some pretty spicy locations that we ran into. Okay. One thing I'm going to end up doing by poking all these holes the way I am. Alright, we got our cave entrance. Let's go get that marked. We'll start by just checking by the surface. Do you know what to do with sulfur yet? I know there's a blasting part on it. Yeah, no, I'm playing single player. You're going to find, generally speaking, I almost always play this game single player. And if it is ever the case I'm not playing single player, I'm usually going to have something in the title specifically calling out that it's not single player. But the vast majority of time, I prefer playing my game solo. Actually. I'm continuing to just take these different spots and just dig down whenever I run into one of them. Because that's actually part of how we've gotten some of the luck we've gotten with the ore. Is just getting down here and just seeing like a vein running along one of the walls. Let's do a check for ore nearby. Man, the fact that there's so many of these holes that are just like straight down into the abyss. No, like, oh, it's okay, that descends. Okay. Yeah, we're at the area that the copper reading was around like 24-25%. So not where it's at its absolute highest, but pretty high. Because they found a spot that was like 34-35%. Okay. Do a quick check, see if there's any ore detects here. Small amounts of sapphirite or whatever it is. Do a check right here. Okay, throw a torch down there. Not really. Your distance you throw is like so negligible, it's hard to do much of anything by throwing stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, I'm discovering having the torch out the same time as that kind of obnoxious. Traits amount of bismuthine. We'll see if we can't figure out what that is. Okay. So we took our sample... I don't even remember where. Okay. So let's see, it's going to be around 6 or 8 tiles. No ore nearby. Okay. Try the other direction. And see, we can't find this ore. That's copper. That's not actually what I was hunting for in the moment, but that is what we're actually looking for here in the most. Yeah, let's see what it says if I hit this thing. How rich it says this vein is. Large amounts of copper. And we moved up to small instead of trace. So it looks like the copper is here. And then whatever that other ore is also generally in this direction. There we go. Let's see, Blackbird Interactive made a deal with their published party to get full ownership of Hardspace Shipbreaker. They're already working on more projects of the IP. Oh, heck yeah. Because I hadn't heard anything happening with Shipbreaker in a very long time. I didn't realize there was like a publishing thing involved with it. Which it could even be just the publisher was like, hey man, we're not sure about making another one. And all that. I'm really excited to hear about that, because Hardspace Shipbreaker is an amazing game. Yeah, but I mean, even poor quality, getting a big old vein like this, that's still fine. That's still gonna be a lot. Link to the Steam page post? Nice. Quantity is a quality of its own? Yup. This is definitely a solid vein. Oh, cookie. It was a solid enough vein. I had to drop other stuff because I have a full stack of copper nuggets, which is pretty exciting. So I think prior to this, the most I'd had in my inventory is like maybe 24, 30 nuggets, something like that. I was unmatching the words from quantity. No, I got where you got there. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Thank you for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for catching the last 20 streams. Not miss a single one. That's heckin' generous and all that. People always popping in, tuning and all that stuff. I made, like, the whole heartfelt comment the other stream, like, on the Discord and everything I mentioned I was writing up. That's why I was running late. That, when I was giving the exact dates for when I would be away on my vacation and all that. Like, it's very much a thing as a content creator that it can be very difficult to take time, and this is actually true of anyone who's self-employed. It can be difficult to take time off because it's just one of those things you realize, like, there's no paid vacation. You know, when you're not at work, you're not getting paid, which is an oversimplification. But as a content creator, it's always one of those things that it can be so fickle at times, what makes people, you know, stick around and go away and all that kind of stuff. You always get scared about taking time off, that, you know, you're just gonna come back and your audience is gone. Like, you've made that mistake. There's brick in there. There's a brick floor in there. Let's eat a lot of berries first. But it's also those things that, you know, like, over the years, as people have, you know, shown up after I've had to go away for a week or whatever, or, like, as we've, like, switched games and those kind of things. Did I hear something, or is it in my head? Okay, there's still small amounts of copper. Huh. That sucks. Pretty sure one of the guys who spits projectiles at you spawned behind us. It is between me and out. Oh. And now it's rich even better? Ah, right, that's why it didn't stack as confused for a moment. I wasn't paying attention to that. I'm more being spooked by the fact that I've got the spear throwing thing behind me somewhere. Okay. Getting out of here is going to be rough. Because I'm going to have to go at the spear thing when I don't really know exactly where it is. And I don't have any more spears made. But switching over to the bow just because my spears that I've been using, my flint spears, are going to kind of suck. Yeah, now already mentioned, I'm waiting for some kind of eldritch abomination to appear in the creepy ruins. Yeah, I'm under the impression that the enemies in the game is one of the areas that the game has less development, less progress done. That's kind of more on the to-do list. So that the number of enemies is actually very limited. Just on a hunch, I'm going to go ahead and knock out these ones here. Yep. Hey, Yonek, it's good to see you. There's so much copper. Just trying to take a little peeky peek in the direction the copper was going. Okay. And I saved this for last because I'm worried about back the way I came. Running into trouble with that. Alright. Let's dig down here. And there's more. Let's poke down this way again. Yeah, because it seems like if you kind of follow the rough direction it kind of moves around, it seems like you can guess where there might be more pockets. Alright, so let's see what it says about the amount of copper we got left. I'm willing to bet it'll say trace at this point. I'm sure I missed some. Large amounts. Okay. That is the opposite of what I was expecting. I am going to probably run into inventory space problems here in a minute. Right now I still got a bunch more bricks I can chuck around that I don't care about. Large amounts. Yeah, no, I was surprised by that. I'm guessing there must have been like a really big vein down here and I must have just kind of hit the edge of like a little piece of it. So we've been mostly finding the ore kind of in this direction. Yeah, no, I've noticed that it was kind of making a swash down left. Let's go all the way over here on the right and see what it says. Large amounts there. Let's go all the way over here on the left and see what it says. Medium amounts. Okay, so it's over here more. I'm gonna try doing is digging straight up. Always a great idea, never fails you. You never get a face full of gravel or lava or something like that. Okay, so it's not up. Because we only detected trace amounts up. I'm actually wondering if it's a completely separate vein that happens to be in the same area. Or that we had like two... Heck yeah. Let's say, or we have like two intersecting veins or something like that. Digging straight down is a much better idea than digging up. The classic, where you just dig down and you just fall to your death after you open up a big old cave. I really wish I had brought grass with me just in case. So, actual question. I assume eventually the torch in my hand will run out of fuel and it will go out and then we'll be plunged into darkness. Or is it only when I put it on a wall that it's on a timer? You know, or if it gets wet or whatever. Because I'm down to my last torch. Honestly, you don't remember? Infinite hand? Yeah, okay, that's good. I was curious about that because distinctly in a lot of other places it would warn you it's got a certain amount of time and everything. So it was weird that we didn't get a timer or a very clear graphic that it was going down in our hands. Except when you die with it. Yeah, no, I know, like, if it rains hard enough and it gets on the torch, it'll go out. Or, you know, if you fall into water, it'll go out. Or if I were to carve into, like, an underground lake here and get splashed with water, it would go out. All of which is awful, because then you're trying to figure out where things are in the darkness. The diagonal? Yeah. No, again, pretty much the feedback again is that it's infinite in your hand. That's good, because it would be a really trolly awful way to go, to be underground, not have the stuff to make a new torch on you, and just lose all your junk down there and not be able to recover it because you can't find your way at all. Especially with how much copper we're pulling up right now. You can check the handbook. Yeah, it doesn't... Yeah, it just says burns out when placed. Yeah, I'm assuming they either play tested it or did it themselves and were like, oh, yeah, it's a miserable experience to just have the torch burn out in your hand underwater. Yeah, this feels way better than in Minecraft of finding your, like, 5 or 6 nodes of copper. You know, and just, like, finding them, or not copper, but whatever. You know, iron or whatever, but you find it, you know, fairly readily. This is way more satisfying of just, like, okay, it takes way more work to locate a node, but then you get it. And I'm probably sitting at... Man, we're probably getting pretty close to, like, 2,000 copper worth of ore on us. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks, and a crystallized chunk of native copper, which I'm assuming just means more. Probably actually not as much as I'm thinking, but we're sitting on a pretty hefty chunk of copper. Somebody to turn your brain off of mine. Yep. Mohan Rai hitting their 200 stream streak. Catch the last 200 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that, because it'd be weird if you were tuning in so much if you weren't. Thank you so much for that. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's drop down a tile. Okay. And we'll just check to see... Okay, not seeing any more that way. So how far is home and how scary if you die all this way? If I die in the hole, that's pretty bad, because then I gotta figure out navigating into the hole, into the spot, and all that kind of stuff. If I get most of the way out of the hole and then I die, then it's not too bad. Like, I don't know exactly how long I have to recover the stuff, but I feel pretty comfortable I'd be able to make it. There you go. Like, don't be a whole extra vein down here, please. I mean, actually, yes, in fact, do have it. But this pickaxe is right about to go. And we're starting to get pretty close to the point where there's just not going to be any managing the inventory. Okay. So let's go ahead and do a little tappy taps. Any copper this way? Small amounts of copper in the area. Okay. Any copper detected this way? Large amounts of copper this way. We are still at large amounts of copper. Okay. What about over here a little bit more, so a little farther out? Medium amounts over there. Okay, so we're looking this way. Let's try mining a couple tiles over, because it's still showing large. Never mind, it's right there. Check over here. Is that your only pick? This is the second pick we're on. Still large amounts of native copper. I'm assuming it's probably below us. Or straight ahead. I was going straight ahead with the intent of that I would reach a spot. And then, you know, you'd hit the thing and be like, ah, trace amounts. You'd be like, okay, cool, I'm too far. Okay. One second, do I have any blocks I can get on me real fast? So let's eat our food real fast. I'm gonna try and grab one block of sand. Or gravel or whatever we have. Alright, that's not gonna happen. Okay, so what we're gonna do really quick, because I think we've hit nighttime and the enemies are starting to pop out. And I'm really worried if I stay down there, I'm going to die. Do I have anything I can block the wall with? Not really. Okay, and blocked. Let's actually see what I can make with the stone. That's easy enough. There. Now I can go back to mining in peace. For like 3 blocks until, you know. Let's actually chill for a minute. We're safe. We can just let our life recover for a little bit here. Before we forget. Copper. And we're going to want to mark how we got down in here. Because it wasn't watching... So it wasn't where we did this thing. It may have been that cave. We want to mark the cave entrance here. Also, how long does it take health to recover? I'm assuming it's painful, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's really painfully slow health recovery. Our hunger rate is 120%. That's interesting. And as far as our nutrition goes, it's fruit. It's just fruit. Absolutely nothing but fruit. And all of our clothes are in absolutely horrendous condition. It's only 1 p.m. Oh, there's 2 of them. That torch sucks. Come on. Okay. I think we finally killed him. Ah! That's not out, I don't think. Oh yeah, this is out. Okay. Alright. Let's take 2 seconds. Now we're not in immediate danger. This one. Good enough. Okay. One thing I could do to improve the loot table is spend time harvesting versus nothing in... We spent a lot of time harvesting for nothing. Yes. I would like to see the monster loot be something like, even if it gives you a rubbish item, but like it consistently gives you a rubbish item. By rubbish, I mean it still would have a use, but perhaps not a valuable one. But like the fact that you send that harvesting and then the inventory pops up and you're like, oh, it's literally nothing. Cool, man. How many arrows did I break? Only 5, 6 maybe? Okay. I'm not too worried about wasting food because this food's gonna rot soon. Bob's not at the point, though, that we don't need him. Yeah, no, I made the comment last time. I do think if I were to start a run for just myself, I'd probably just turn off the monsters. The monsters feel very unsatisfying in this game. Like, don't get me wrong, they create the strain that like we had down there. Screw you, wolf. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the wildlife has plenty of purpose, even as dangerous as they are. They make sense to me, because like, oh, I get food, I can get leather, I can get bones, like there's a lot of use here. Versus just the arbitrary enemies you kill. It's like, oh, but you might get a temporal gear. Ooh, temporal gear. Like, but okay, I mean, that's cool and all. No, bear, don't see me. I don't think we aggroed the bear. Okay. Yeah, wildlife, yes. Creepy demon monsters necessarily unless they have more consistent loot. Yeah. And I understand there's like settings for like Homo sapien, which it's supposed to get rid of all that stuff. But like I said, This is the first playthrough I've ever done, so I just took the standard settings and said, yep, that's the one. But that was the reason I had the comment like, hey, if I were to start a fresh run entirely from scratch, what settings I'd run? I can't get out. Wait, maybe I can. Yeah, I'm mixed on the no map thing. I really am, because on one hand, I like the exploration side of it. On the other hand, there's a lot of stuff that, like, with the amount of effort you put into building your things and all that, just straight up losing your base because you can't figure out your way around. Where's my basket? Where's my basket? Oh, it's way over there. I see. Is there anything here we really... Am I missing anything important is the concern I have. I thought you could get the temporal gears by using stuff like, because I messed with it a little bit, I thought you were able to get it from panning and that, but it's like absurdly rare or some nonsense. Because I remember I was looking up the differences in the modes. Yeah, you can get them, it's just the primary way you normally get them isn't available. I totally forgot I had this thing in my inventory the whole time. I'm a little worried we lost some materials. I don't see anything obvious though, so I'm just gonna keep moving because it's now officially starting to get dark, so let's get out of here. Yeah, there's also, you could, like I said, I was looking up the difference and people pointed out the temporal gears, but they said you could purchase them from traders, and that you could, find them panning, but, like, both of them were, like, pretty awful low. Oh, no traders? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because I haven't been looking up too much outside stream. But, the game modes and all that, if I wanted to make another save, was one thing I looked up, and I looked up stuff like how cave-ins work as a mechanic to see if it was something I wanted to opt into my next playthrough. Minecraft still has better music? I don't know, I like the music in this. I would definitely say Minecraft's music is far more nostalgic to me. But I also haven't played Minecraft, I couldn't tell you how many years. Yeah, no, I started another mode, or another run, where it was a standard mode, but I turned off the enemies. because, like I said, I kind of find them obnoxious. Again, wildlife's still on. Like the straight up spooky enemy things, turned those off. And I've been enjoying it. It does add a danger to Homo sapien mode. Oh, the cave-ins? Yeah. But yeah, I turned on the cave-ins and all that kind of stuff because I found that interesting. I'm not, like, that's the kind of stuff I'm torn on because I could see that being, like, a really fun mechanic. Like, oh. It's one of the spitting guys. A really fun mechanic that could easily be obnoxious later. Okay. That's gonna trigger a giant cave-in without dying. Yeah, no, that was, like, before stream, I've been messing around with stuff with that. And what ended up happening was underneath the house I was building, at like a little island, and there was a cave underneath, and it collapsed the area right below my house. Which wasn't a huge cave-in, but it was like, one, it startles the crap out of you, because suddenly you're free fall. But it was enough that, like, at first it's like, oh, did I just die? Oh no, it looks like I'm just in a hole. Because you can't see anything. Because it's built right along the water too, so the moment I dropped, I couldn't see because the torch got put out. Okay. So one thing I need to do is find a light source that sticks more. What I mean by that is it does seem like the enemies spawn based on light. And we've got these torches, and I have to do them every 2 days. And that's not the end of the world, but it's more I don't want to constantly babysit them. So I haven't looked at the lamps, because we do have the option to the lamps, but I haven't looked to see, like, do they have a fuel? And I'm expecting no matter what it is. Let's actually see if we choose light. Lightning rod. Oil lamp. Okay, you think they left gears because they only way to set your spawn? Yeah. Well, let's see. Be a backseating gave you a trip that saves some time in the crafting grid. Now I wouldn't be backseating. As they usually turn temporal rifts off, their sound effects drive you mad when they spawn near your home. Yeah. Interesting. You just thought, because of the many things that are... Let's see. Interesting thought, because if so many things are removed, wouldn't make something that has the same odds more likely? Your brain broken from lack of sleep. So yeah, it looks like lump of fat and a bowl lets me make an oil lamp. And it doesn't tell me a time, but it does tell me a light level 11. So I guess you probably want to make those oil lamps. Now, from what we saw, you get the oil from killing, like, bigger animals, like bears and all that. Alright, let's see. What can you do with this again? Okay, so you can make fences. You can You can put a stone in a snowball. Okay. Mixed dried stone. Oh, interesting. Huh. The different patterns, and then you have where you add the clay to it. Otherwise, I can craft, like, stuff out of that. Alright. How much light level do you get from torches? Is it better? That is a good question. 14 light level. Now, I have no idea how significant one light level is versus the other. I assume there's like a minimum light level for different things, because that's pretty standard in all these games in this genre. Alright. Where did the thread go? There it is. Check you in there, check you in there. Okay. Cool. And our inventory is a little bigger. Let's see. I guess the more light level, the better you can see inside caves. Yeah, I imagine it's like visible range is a thing. Enemies' ability to spawn is a thing. Alright. So you go ahead and for right now, get you set up on the wall. I got you down here, so I'm gonna need you and you. Alright. Nuggets. 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 Oh yeah, that's some serious copper. I got copper for days. I have, what is it? 9 full stacks of copper and about a half stack? Alright, well, I'm thinking with this one, we're going straight all the way up to Anvil. It says control right click, but when I do, it just pops this up. Oh, I bet you I have to do is go like this. It's fine, I'll just use this thing. Oh, I have to put in my main hand. It's fine, we're just gonna break this thing. It's got 1 tick of health left on it. Okay. Alright, Lardine, you have fun to Stellaris. Okay. So you are heated. So now, put you away, grab you. There's only 80 units of copper in here right now. But like I said, we should have more than enough copper that I can make myself multiple pickaxes, and I can go and make the anvil. Let's actually, we'll start just as a precaution, we'll make the pickaxe. I'm also curious how much iron I can chuck into one crucible before it throws a fit. Okay, give it our mitt so it stays molten long enough for me. This will create 2,560 units of copper. What else do I want to make? Let's just get all the molds out. Let's get the molds out. Get them out here. We will say the hammer we put some work into, the shovel we put some work into. So let's drop you and drop you. You're still heating up. The axe. Do you need all the copper melted? Probably not. But I know I'm going to need all of these tools in time, so we're just going to go ahead and... Yeah, I still don't know what the hell hammer is. I don't think we need that. Okay, you're still melting. I'm a little worried you might cool off too much. So the axe... Let's take 2 seconds. And go copper. So copper axe, hoe are acceptable. Copper saw. Requires a copper saw blade, which just requires smithing. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so we got the axe, the hoe, there's that. We already know the hammer is acceptable. We have the spear. We have a copper knife. I don't think I have molds for any of that. Copper chain, we got copper plate. A bunch of those are going to be blacksmithing. Copper pickaxe. Yeah, I think... Let's check for the copper shovel. Copper shovel is one that we have as well. I really need you to heat up. I'm starting to really properly worry that that is going to cool off too soon. I'm now seeing the big negative about heating up this much copper at one go. Yeah, it's over the melting point temperature, but it hasn't melted yet. That's what this green bar is. And I'm willing to bet it's probably somewhere around like 300-400 degrees Celsius that this probably fails. Yeah, no, it's very clearly pointing that this is not smelted. I can't grab it out. Yeah, and I'm not too worried about wasting charcoal. I can go demolish a forest. I'm more worried about wasting 80 copper. Which I probably shouldn't, because I'm getting 2,560 copper, and this is about half of what I pulled up. I guess while we're here, let's assume I'm going to want the ingots as well. Because I'm going to have it all melted. So we're just going to go through the whole everything. Everything I can make with copper we're doing. We're going to start with finishing off the pickaxe and then go for the anvil. Do you check what you need for the next tier of tools? Nope, because I don't know what the next tier of tools is. All I know is anvil allows me to blacksmith. And then blacksmith is potentially something that's gating me from a lot of progress. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. My assumption is I probably need more ingots. Do I? Well, I mean, I can't fire more. So in the meantime, while I wait for that to heat up, okay. Alright. How you doing? Still only about halfway. Because I'll make the plan to just have a bunch of these ingots molds ready. So when I do need ingots, I could just knock out, like, a stack of ingots. I think this will be the last set of molds you make for the ingots. Okay. All right. Okay, we can drop the rest of the clay in here. Man, you are taking a while. Have you noticed that most molds require 100 copper? If you put enough bits to create even a multiple of 100, you can avoid leftovers. Yeah, no, I noticed it's cool, it's cold, and it's not a problem. That's good news. So I'm assuming we only lose the copper in the event that I overheat it. Sorry, I heat it, and then I like pour water on it and I explode it. I know I lost the copper when I did that, or at least a good chunk of it. Oh, I have a flint spear in here. That takes a while to heat up. Let's not make that mistake again. Got full-on greed there and just wasted a bit. Okay. So you can go ahead and grab those knife blades. We'll want these for making the various tools on their side. We can grab you and just go ahead and make these axes while we wait. Because most likely I'll burn all the flint axes just chopping down trees here in a minute. Yeah, but it will waste charcoal when you reheat it. Yeah, no, that's what I was realizing. Is I'm only going to use a fraction of it, so it's probably better I keep at least relatively in the range of what I need. So instead of just hucking 4 stacks in there in the next time. We'll definitely use those in a minute, so there's no point in putting them away. We have dried grass, I'll be using that here in a minute. Yeah, it's still cooking. I did create all of the molds. The only one I haven't used is the Helve Hammer, because I don't believe I remember seeing a hammer that... Yeah, when I looked up the Helve Hammer, I don't believe I saw copper as an option. I also still am not entirely clear on what a Helve Hammer is. Well, that's good to know in the future. I don't need to, like, if I've got a little bit of extra copper, I could just dump it into one molds and walk away and not care. Windmill tech? Gotcha. Yeah, regardless, it didn't list a copper option, so I've got the mold, but I'm not using it. It's like, I hadn't even planned on making these, because these are for, like, the metal plates for making armor. But it's like, I've already invested the amount of charcoal it's taking to heat all 2,560 copper up to this temperature. Might as well. Okay. The other good news is I've also got one more of our larger bags, so if I could just get a little bit more thread, I can get the linen sacks. And those are 5 slots as opposed to 3, so each one of those represents, you know, nearly a 50% increase in inventory space. Like, that is substantially larger than we had. I've got 2, and I'm going to fill those up. And I made 6 more, but they're not fired up, so they won't be ready in time. Come on, man. That last couple of degrees is just really taking its sweet time. Yeah, let's play it safe. It's not like it'll make a difference for this one anyways. I was like, oh yeah, I could sneak out here, get the grass, get all those fired up. It's like, you know what? It's not gonna matter. Any second now, it'll be liquid. It should be something that, like, I pick it up and the character can't pick it up, it just hits the ground. Because you're carrying, you know, like, a metric ton of copper. Okay, come on. Yeah, so it's a little wasteful on the charcoal, even then. Okay. All right. I mean, I did use almost 2,000 units of copper. Okay, so with that settled, let's go grab a bunch of grass and a bunch of sticks. Because, like... Did you roll up behind me? See me turn around, didn't even, like, take a swing at me? Just like, no, wait, he sees me. Okay. Can we fish head for the mod? Let's see. It'd be ideal to have a fishing setup while you're waiting for things. Yes. So far, I haven't seen anything to indicate there's like fishing. There's definitely fish, and we can definitely stab the fish because I have been able to do that. But as far as like get out your fishing pole and bobber and whatever, I've seen nothing to indicate that's a mechanic. Does the handbook have a fishing rod? Not that I was able to find earlier. I checked last stream when it came up. Like, and we looked for like fishing traps, and we did see like box traps. Like Product Zomboid has box traps as well. Like that style of trap. But I didn't see like, you know, crab trap, fish trap. Oh, we got a vortex is right here. It's pretty annoying that those things seem to always be around. Okay. Just everywhere I'm going, there's just another vortex over there. Okay. Grab the fish with your bare hands then. Like I said, I was able to like stab a fish. I don't think I managed to kill a fish, or maybe I did kill a fish and I didn't get something from it. All right. Just trying to peel off as much of this as I can. It's also good because I've noticed as we've been in the area, it's been getting like more and more overgrown, which I think is just, you know, since the game started, the things like advance, but I suspect like winter will kill off a lot of the plants. But because they haven't hit that, a lot of the plants are getting more and more big and green and lush and all that, and it's making it harder and harder to get around and be able to actually see what the heck's going on. That's a bummer, Bassett. Pets are a lot of work. Trees are evil, they deserve to be on fire. Yes. They're in league with the zombies. We all know the truth about the trees. Oh, fire spreads very effectively in this game. I was curious about that because I know they mentioned like fire was a thing, obviously, that could spread. There was also mentions that there's a setting where lightning can start fires and all that. And I've seen some games where you start a fire and all hell breaks loose. And I've seen other games where you start a fire and maybe it'll finish burning just the one thing it's on. And then kind of, that's it. Okay, so basically, I ran out here until we got a full stack of sticks and a full stack of dry grass. That way, we should be all sorted with all this stuff. You lost your entire berry farm to a fire, roughly 200 berry bushes. Yeah, I can imagine. Speaking of which, I actually had more berry bushes in my inventory. Okay. All right. We finished eating these, and that'll give me the plants from there. Oh, that gives you a lot of onions. Heck yeah, man. I was expecting to be like, here's your 2 onions, have a nice day, and like really need to scale it up, like scale it up. That's fine. Get the seeds out of there. Actually, no, that's fine. We can go seeds in here. Get you out of there. Seeds in there. And those have already cooled off, which is nice. So you get out of here because you're poisonous. Okay. I'll definitely need to find a method of preserving all our berries. So we've got some more red currant. Well, Not learn our lessons. Yeah, I'm assuming there'll be some type of jam or what, preserves or something we can make. We did see... Ow. Oh, no. You don't get to start a fight and then walk away. Okay. Those vortexes are just obnoxious. Looks like we need a wall. Yes, I know. But I plan on putting more stuff down. I don't know how far out I want to go. And if I make it too big, then I'm still just in trouble because they just show up and cause me grief. Oh, I don't care about this stuff. Lawnmower tech when? I still need to finish building my base. Okay, so we got a bunch of this stuff. We got all these sticks. Okay, so let's get back to work down here. So I need the grass to finish filling that in. Chuck you in there. Grab the sticks. Drop those in there. Grab the firewood. Cool. And get these going. Alright, we can swap these around. Cool. Alright, so. Wait. I was not expecting the mold to survive that. Very genuinely, I thought that was a one-time mold. Okay. It should have been, how the heck would you have gotten it out without breaking it? That's exactly what my thought was. It's like, that's how those worked, is you'd make your mold, you'd put the thing in there, and it was just kind of a cost of business that on the other side of it, you'd just smash it. I like your idea of the anvil mold breaking. It makes sense compared to the other molds. Right, and it's also those things I can't imagine you wear on an anvil very fast. Yes, this is where we can make all this stuff. We would need the pelts, but that gives you like really solid armor. I don't know if we'll end up using that anytime soon, but you know. And we will want the handles. It's also interesting to me that for as much effort as they have you do for everything else, the fact that it's just like stick is like, ah, as a handle, it's fine. It's fine. That's a satisfactory handle right there. Do you have any kind of armor now? Nope. Okay, we can grab you. There's a spare hammer. There's a copper shovel. I'm definitely not going to be able to carry all these on me. But yeah, no, we'll definitely need to move on to armor. It's not that I made a deliberate decision to be like, no armor run, let's do this. It's just... the only armor I've had as an option is the cloth armor, and I've been putting my cloth into making the bags and all that. Okay, we'll just go up to here. So right now for the spare copper tools, I'm just shoving them all on the wall real fast. Okay, so let's see here. So I've got entirely too many of a lot of too many things. That's fine. Some of these will get worn out pretty quick, and I won't have to worry about it. In the meantime, our inventory's a bit overwhelmed. It's also slightly concerning that I got a full stack of those, and they're already almost all gone. The real question here... so these will need to be hot. That's gonna be... so that's smelting. Melting, high melting point ores. We're not worried about that. Prospecting, temporal stability, armor, steelworking. Smithing. Okay. We need to make an anvil with a clay forge. You'll need a hammer. Smelt some ingots to be forged. Build a forge and fill it with charcoal. Okay, so I need... cobblestone. Fair enough. We got tons of stone around here. The question is, what aesthetic do I want to give it? Because I got so many different colors of stone here that's just piling up, pulling up my inventory. I'm kind of leaning towards just like the andesite type thing, so you're just like your plain old stone. I don't have a purple stone, I don't think, unfortunately. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so I need 1, 2, 3, let's grab 8. That's more than I need, but... kind of upsets me that there's gonna be one leftover stone from this whole process. Okay. Where did the grass not go? Because basically I broke down the cooking spot. I'm moving it over here. There we go. Alright, never mind. I'll put those back down, I guess. I'm definitely going to need to move all the foraging stuff around, but that's okay. But with this... I've got you sitting there. Alright. My assumption is I can place a bunch of stuff here. I see. I'm probably putting more than I need in there, but that's okay. I will need to grab the hammer. And just in case I wear out that hammer. Alright. So. I will need to... Cool. I mean, actually kind of hot, but still cool. Progress is progress. So I don't know is how I tell it what I'm making. We gotta figure that out. Oh, I need you. All right. So then my assumption is I let these get plenty hot, and then we take it to the forge, and we start banging on them on the forge. Nothing clears up lungs like forging set up right behind your bed. Exactly. Forging in nice, enclosed, poor circulation areas. Wait, what's this? Huh. It's got like a sun icon for whatever reason. I'm doing this real badly. Okay, grab you real quick. Chuck you back there. So lesson this time, chat, is that I have no idea how to do this. I'm assuming if you take too long, it cools off. Okay, so I assume from here I get all the material I don't want off to the side. And we got a smoldering hot saw blade. Okay, what the heck else do I make? Oh, so we can make all those things now without having to go through that. We can make copper arrows. Oh, geez, that's a lot. A copper chisel for detail work. A shoot. Reliably one-hit kills animal after their third bred generation. Shears we could use for cleaning up our stuff here. A copper rod. A copper scythe head. A copper wrench. Greatly speeds up breaking of tree leaves and you get more sticks and saplings. The heck? Oh, it was our... Okay, so that's just the smack it. Okay. Okay. It does worry me that some of these things mention the more material side of things. Because I can absolutely see that being an issue. Alright. So I need 2 of these. The good news from what I'm seeing, though, is now I'll probably not really use the molds as much. Neat. So I got those two made. Like, I'll probably want to store the molds, but since I could just, like, slap down a pickaxe and just start smacking the hammer out of it. That's the other thing. Now, granted, that burns through those hammers relatively quick. So that's ingredients for a copper saw, which is just a stick and a blade. Okay. Mining speed, wood times 4. Leaves a bunch more. That could be used on trees. And an ingredient for all sorts of things. So I can make support beams, wooden boxes, the pulverizer frame. So the pulverizer just requires a saw as an ingredient. Large gear section, angled gear section, clutch transmission, lead solder bar, silver solder bar, wood path. So I can make planks by just taking a taking anything that's wood and then start cutting it apart. That gives me a scroll rack. We can make the wooden bucket now. A wooden chest would be a big one. That requires nails and strips, which I get from smithing as well. We can make the door. We can make much nicer walls. An armor stand, a barrel. What I'm looking for is any of, like, the useful shelves. We can get an actual door on our building. There's apparently purple heartwood, so that's just 6 planks. We can get the ceiling here, where it'll be a sod roof. We have shelves, we have a sieve. I'm sure we'll need for stuff. A hen box, which will be for chickens. Place a hen box down to the spot your hens have access to. The hens will lay eggs in a hen box by preference, not on the ground. Once the hen box has 3 eggs, a broody hen will sit incubating the eggs until they hatch. For viable eggs, hens must have access to a rooster. Hens must be well fed to lay. Okay. So in other words, it's a whole process. A large trough. I was kind of hoping it was like some dedicated shelf for this. All right, so the wooden chest, which requires nails, so I get 4 pieces that smelts into stuff. All right. The point is, I can make planks. Got larch nearby. The good news, I get a lot of planks. It looks like the saw will last a good amount of time. Alright. So with the planks, what can we make? With the planks... Vertical rack. Okay, what's a vertical rack require? Alright, so it requires 3 planks and 4 sticks. I need to get stuff out of my inventory. Because then my hope is I can get all these molds and put them on the vertical racks or something similar to clear up inventory space. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. I see. Can I stack them on top of each other? We're about to find out. Imagine losing your hammer, that'd be rough. Heck yeah. Get some shelving going on here. All right. Okay, so I cannot place that in the shelving. All right, that's fine. Regardless, that means I got a whole lot of those vertical racks. So we got all of our molds all up on the wall there. Those are all working at their stuff. We've got our torch on our wall. Yeah, now just burn through whatever charcoal we feed it. Okay. We got 2 days, 4 days, so you'll be the next berries to be eaten. Alright, so let's look at what else we want to make. So I've got that. We don't have a reason to make the scrolls. The bucket would be good, but I don't have twine ready, so that's not going to be a thing. Low-key, the sod roof. I could see replacing our hay roof that's nowhere near done with a sod roof. I think that would be fun. All this transmission, I think that's all going to be dealing with the, Yeah, so I would have to give up my saw to make the pulverizer. Place down the construct, the pulverizer frame, needs plenty of vertical space. For a complete pulverizer, add a toggle 2-pounders, 2-pounder caps. That's going to be a chisel. And an axle. See, man, at the 500 hours, you didn't know you could stack the racks? Or was that from newer patches? I'm brand new to the game, so I honestly couldn't answer that question if I wanted to. That's tall door. The regular old door is just 6. Let's go ahead and do this. There we go. Where did my door go? That's not exactly where I want that. All right, we're figuring out. One moment. There. And now this door. It doesn't look like I can scrap it easy. Just go out here and say, hey man, go forth onto an adventure, door. We need to come back out for that. You can stack that. I know that lowers its lifespan slightly. We'll put you on the tool rack. Get back over here. Grab those things. Alright. Burn it? Yeah. It doesn't consume the saw, just use some durability from it. Oh, you mean making the pulverizer? Yeah, the pulverizer frame. Yeah, because that really made me think it was going to take the blade itself from that. That's probably just telling me what tool. Okay. Other materials such as olivine or limonite may require a stronger pound caps. Okay, so I could technically make this. Because I went on my way to grab a block. That's a wooden stool. I don't have it on me anymore. Oh, drop you in here. Cool, it did take a pretty good chunk of durability to make it, but that's okay. Alright. Oh, jeez. You are big. I don't think this is an indoor kind of piece of equipment. Oh, no, you're not as big as I thought. We'll just shove it right there for now. Okay, so pulverizer pounder. So that's going to require a chisel and wood. Okay, and a chisel is created by smithing. Alright, so it's looking like we're definitely going to need to do another round of stuff. Now, granted, I've still got 700 in there, so let's let these finish, because those all have ingot things, and do that. Meanwhile, let's move our horrible nightmare bed, and just shove that right over there for right now. Yeah, so we can put the ingots over here. We could stage them. Now the catch is, if I put down the, this block to make it smooth, and then I go back to move it later, I assume what'll happen is I will break it into the smaller chunks of stone. Let's grab a stack of these and just see what my other options I can make out of this for solid blocks are. So basically I can make cobblestone, which is clay. I can make this, which requires block sand and gravel to give it kind of fanned look. You can do dry stone, which requires an ashlar block, which I don't know what is. Oh, stone paths. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so it's just... Okay, that's actually a really easy one. Yes, I'm assuming any type of soil. Okay. I know we're doing with a bunch of this stuff I got piling around here. Yeah, let's go ahead though for right now. Grab 1 unit of clay. So then the idea is I can make tons of stone paths everywhere. Oh, I put in this box. You know, definitely want to expand the smithy. But then I can sit here and, you know, load up all the ingots, dump them on there. It's not the greatest thing, it's very cramped. Right, meanwhile, now that I know I can combine these, let's grab a bunch of this dirt I've got piling up everywhere. Low fertility soil. Medium fertility soil. Grab 2 stacks of that. Cool, and it looks like the stone paths doesn't really care what type of brick I put into it. Yep, okay. So that's what we do to get rid of all of that stuff piling up everywhere. Now we can go out in the areas between my stuff and get it all sorted. There's not enough of you. That's what's going on there. Okay, we can drop you 2 off right here for right now. Stone paths are so good, but it costs a lot to make bigger roads. Well, I was thinking, honestly, the bigger problem is just putting them down is going to take a while. But the fact that I'm just sitting on this mountain of material that's been slowly going, I'm like, I need to find something to do with it. Congratulations. This is something to do with it. Okay. You've never worried about the stone paths. You usually leave the soil and stones to disappear. I just wish the transition between stone path and stone path stairs was cleaner. Oh, I have no idea because this is my first time using it. Yeah, so it is middle of the night. Let's go ahead and take a little siesta here. All right. Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking. It's just taking the time for some of the main routes. And getting stone paths set up. It'd also be good to, get stone paths around a lot of these areas. Okay. Oh, and you move faster on it? Nice. And it's even better in the winter? Basically using this to quickly delete my stuff. What I need to do is I need to get that that copper going so I can get all those ingots. And I know I don't need to dig it down to the ground, but I definitely don't want it to be like above the road and obnoxious. Okay. Alright, and we got rid of our first of our shovels. Okay. Yeah, and I'm not planning on, like, making a path to just anywhere. I'm basically just trying to clear out some overstocked inventory. Alright. That's weird that there's just a hole in the ground there. Okay, we can make that a step up. I think I'm just digging so fast. I'm actually keeping my mouse too long on a spot. Because now the map generation is way better. So you don't need them now. Before the newest patch, there's a lot more mounts, make a huge pain to explore. Actually. Okay. What are we doing? We got stone paths. So we're stone pathing it up. Now, I clearly want to get, like, the staircase stuff. Because apparently it makes you move faster and a whole bunch of good stuff. And then that'd be stairs there. Alright. Then stairs here. Then stairs there. Okay. Then stairs here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Then stairs there. And you here. And stairs, stairs, stairs. We go one tile farther forward. Imagine how many wolves you'll be able to take out on these roads. I'm just thinking about the fact that I'll actually be able to get away from stuff a whole lot easier. What? Okay, so you go up here. Okay. Because I'm thinking is I can make kind of a highway that goes across here. And then make a north-south highway. I don't need it to cover everything even remotely. But if I set that up, then when it comes to getting back and forth, fall damage from stones. Alright. But I'm mostly excited about just having these out of my inventory. Oh, that's also low fertility soil. Okay. Alright. Just deleting all these blocks have been piling up for days. Like, to me, that's the best part of this whole process. It's just like, yep, I'm clearing up so much inventory. Just one stack of bricks after the other just vanishing into the ether. Okay, we might be out of all of our free bricks here at the moment. Alright. And with that, I've cleared up a ton of inventory space. But before we get into all that and getting distracted in that whole neck of the woods, let's go ahead and get our next set of ingots like smelted and loaded up. We can go ahead and take the Sticks to planks, drop them in there. Give myself more inventory space. I've got a plant I don't care about. Alright. Okay. So I am noticing the problem I have right now. I didn't quite give myself enough brick to do the whole set. And somewhat ironically, I did not leave myself enough of anything. Okay, so for just a moment, let's grab one of these blocks of gravel. I know it's not the right color. We will want to replace it. Okay. So that means 800 copper. This will have 740 copper. So I don't need that much. So if you're 5 units of copper each, so 740 copper, so I need 60 more copper. So that means what, 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I can go here, drop you. Get that lit up. So we'll have the ingots all ready to rock and roll. Yeah, the basement actually hasn't gotten bigger. It's got more stuff in it. I mean, well, depending on when you checked in. It's got more stuff in it. Okay, meanwhile, go up here. Yeah, no, I keep not doing it. I should light things up with a torch. Okay, we got all that sorted. The other thing you need to do is... Okay. There's enemies over there. Alright, just grabbing some of the loose berries. Alright, let's get back down there and check to see how we're doing on this front. And by that I mean come to the realization that my inventory is full. Oh, right. We could just take this and huck that in the ground out here somewhere. Yeah, so I've got enough berries that I need some means of preserving stuff to make it worth my while. Okay. Okay. And I drop you on, and the last bit I need in there. All right. A nice chef shears? Yep. I'm probably going to go out there and trim some of the plants. Oh, the other thing I should check. Let me guess. The stairs. The stone stairs are probably... Probably something I had to make in the earlier stage of it. You get stone path. Stone path stairs. Okay. So in the future, the stone path stairs are going to make it that stage. Alright, and then this should fill you up. And I now have a crucible with nothing in it. Been a long time since that's happened. Okay, that's fine. Oh, actually, I pulled up one of them. Didn't think that through. Okay. I've also got a lot of grains in storage for the winter. Now, granted, probably not enough to exclusively get me through the winter, but a lot. Okay. All right. Have you started baking pies yet? They're fun? No, I haven't done any meaningful cooking yet. Alright, so we are going to need to make more stuff. Alright, so what else do we make thatch with? Oh, literally thatch is just used for making roof? Okay, well, I guess we'll just keep making a thatch roof then. I was going to switch over because it'll be faster if I do something else. But if thatch is like literally only used for thatch roof, I mean I got a whole planter of it. Might as well do the thing. All right. Surviving on berries and onions. Getting there. Okay. So, next I want to get the corners. Alright. So we're going to need another torch. One of the things we're also going to want to do is to hunt some of these animals that we've had out here. My inventory is unmanageable. Which is because I have too many duplicate tools, and most of them I'm keeping because they'll break easy. There we go. Alright, so you can go here. Plunk you on the wall. But so you found out the hard way that rooms need to be smaller than 14 by 14 to count as a room for heat and monster spawning? Yeah, no, that would, that makes sense. It's annoying if that's the case, but that makes sense. Yeah, and we should be okay over here. I just need to finish this up. Yeah, I should store the berries. Those are ones that'll last the longest. Yeah, I'll store those ones. These ones we're gonna eat. It only gives them an extra day, but still, that's an extra day. Alright, so time outside. Not super late. It's like trying to add some pillars for light. Yeah. Yeah, no, we had one or two monsters show up in here. I'm gonna need to get some long-term lights going in here is what I need to do. Nice shiny shirt. That's just bright colors. That's weird. Having like some weird graphic kind of thing. Alright. So I got one or two remaining plants. It's actually, I think, the stuff I just replanted in that one. And those are the replanted. Those are first-time plantings. That's okay. But yeah, so we're looking at that. Yeah, I actually have no idea, like, how long they could just stay on the vine and still be fine. Like, genuinely, it takes enough berries to keep you fed that I'm not super worried about it. Okay. Yeah, all those last for 7-8 years. Versus the berries, it's 6 days. Alright, meanwhile, we can go here and say... Alright. So I kinda wish... I could, like, see my options before I begin to, like, plan things out more. We also need to drop off the seeds. So for right now, can I just pile these on the floor? Alright. We could do here real fast. Okay, so I would need 800. So, quick math. 800 divided by 5. That'll be 160. I probably had that math wrong, but that's okay. That'd be 32. Yes, that should be 160. That'd be 800. I have not figured out how to ignite it. It says hit control and right click, but when I right click, I just do this. Oh, it's in the wrong hand. I've done that like every single time. Oh, put you in this hand. Yeah, because then I'll pour these ingots and we'll go on our way. And I'm just going to have a nice little stack of copper ingots laying here. Because I can't imagine I'm going to do too much where I'm not using the copper ingots now. We have all those. Right now, let's chuck 2 of these axes up here. And the copper shears, you can put up there for right now. I don't know if we'll need the... Oh yeah, that's not a spare. That's our actual main one. The prospecting pick, we're good. Ooh, I actually probably want a second pickaxe, so we can worry about that later. Also, the game doesn't really tell you that holding an item off your hand adds 20% hunger rate. Well, that's annoying. And random. You think X will switch stuff? Okay, that's good to know. Okay, because I figure what we'll do is we'll get this molten, get it over into ingots, because we're going to be primarily blacksmithing now and not just, you know, using the molds as much. Now, granted, I understand there's a certain inefficiency where I heat up the thing to make it into an ingot and then take the ingot and make it into the thing, as opposed to just heating up it and then dumping into a mold and just being done all in one. But still.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You know, torches in both hands. Yeah, I didn't look at, like... There was the lanterns, because I looked at those the other day. Alright, so a copper lantern is 2 pieces of clear quartz and a copper plate. And a candle. Now, the curiosity I had is, would that candle last forever? Now, for a candle, I'm assuming you need wax. Really, it's about skipping the forge minigame. So we need beeswax and string. And in beeswax, we just need to find bees. Let's see, candles only last for a few bites. Then you're left getting wax out of your teeth. Oh. You can use glass too if you have it. Oh, did I miss? Right. I see what you're saying. Whatever you do, make sure you don't break wild hives. Such a waste if you do. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was one of those things. I don't think you're candling properly. They should go in your ears. Weren't you lucky to get a candle with all your panning? Did I get a candle? I know I got a broken lantern. You know, I got a ruined lantern. Yeah, no, I figured you'd have some type of apiary set up. Actually, would they literally just call it an apiary? B. Storage vessel beehive. Look for a skep. Oh. A skep is placed near a wild beehive or near an already populated skep to attract a new colony of bees to populate it. This will require some nearby flowers as well. When your skep is full, you can destroy it to harvest the honey, but this will destroy that colony of bees, and they may also become angry. Bees do not produce honey when it's very cold. Ah, so I can't really easily transport the bees. Or unless I might be able to pick it up and move it. So the point is, I'm gonna need to find a beehive. Gotcha. Now, I've definitely seen lots of places with the insects flying around, but I haven't seen anything that explicitly makes me think that. Ah, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, it's stuff like that that the game, you know, generally isn't going to teach you very well. We're burning through so much charcoal. I burned through over like 40 charcoal since we've started like really properly getting into doing some smithing. You have to listen for bees? That's kind of what I figured. I'm just surprised. I'm willing to bet we passed some beehives and I just failed to notice it. Alright, and... it's fine, let's back into my fire. Imagine the worst part of the charcoal is just getting the like copious amounts of wood to then do it. Alright, and you can go in there. Cool. So let's go and get our reeds. So I haven't grabbed those in a while because like I'm not really seeing use for them. And get a skep made. That way if we do happen to come across bees, we can go ahead and drop, like mark on the map, drop the skep there. Now work our way home. Okay, we've got high rift presence, whatever you want to call it. The charcoal pits are such a grind that you're so happy to find a coal mine. Yeah. Oh, there was one thatch in that whole group. There's the thatch. Okay, so the reeds are down here. So I actually happen to have a ton of reeds just sitting around. Don't remember exact pattern, but something like this. And I had enough for that and a spare. So leave the empty skep here. Okay. Okay, so we'll leave the empty skeps behind, but we do have the skeps. We need to quickly keep putting down the segment of highway kind of thing. And I imagine it'd be worth it to, you know... Oh, I brought... my stuff with me. Okay, so stairs here. You, stairs there, stairs there. Oh, I got... Need some dirt. This'll work. Okay. Okay, so it'll be stairs all the way down to here. Okay, and grab this tile. And stairs, stairs. Alright. Because then this will get rid of this for a while. Oh. We have to do this the other way. Okay, because then stairs, stairs. Stairs. The fact that, like, a lot of the stuff sits on the plants is kind of obnoxious. Ah! Every time, man. They're so quiet when they show up on you, so you just have this thing just zip up covering your screen, you're just like, oh, hey. Not friend. Alright. Okay. So stairs, stairs. Stairs, stairs. Block, block. Stairs. Alright. Okay. So I'm not going to push that farther because that stupid vortex is right there. But we've got the starts of what that's going to be. What are you doing? Putting down a road. You run 1.5 times as fast here. So I'm making an east-west road. And then somewhere over here I'm going to make a north-south road. And I'm mostly doing it because this is very... this consumes lots and lots of dirt. And all that. And honestly, I'm going to go stairs here to go up. So this basically consumes a bunch of random stone blocks I don't need. And a bunch of dirt. And then we can move much faster, which means I run to something like a bear or anything like that. I can very quickly just dash away using it. It's fine. In fact... Doesn't the bear run past the road too? Not that I'm aware of. Regardless, it still gives me options, and if nothing else, it means I'm going and traveling long distances. At least there's a portion of it where I can just jump onto my highway and do it. It's mostly getting rid of a bunch of the brick and the dirt blocks and all that is why I'm doing it. Ow. Guessing it's down in the hole. Yeah, no, it'd be a weird thing for the animals to get boost. Even if the animal did get a boost, I still think it'd be fine. Because the animals, I don't think, would be smart enough to continuously path on it. So you could bait the animals to kind of run, not fully along it, but where you would spend more time on the path than they would. I'm pretty sure I just whacked him with the bow. Alright, so now we're moving up to our actual proper weapons. Okay. So stairs, stairs. You're good. Stairs. Here's this little bridge over the lake. Okay. And stairs again. And that's it for the path I've got right now. I don't want any of this crap, so just plant it wherever it'll go. Alright. Now, other than missing the staircases, I've got myself a little highway I can run around on. Okay. You're playing in a server streamer setup, and someone built a 4-wide path that went 10k blocks south of parts, pass off the side occasionally where people settled. Yeah, no, I've way back with Minecraft, I would take on major projects. The biggest one I remember doing like that kind of thing was we had people in like 2 kind of major areas. But there's a big lake, ocean, biome, whatever you want to say in between. And I did make what was effectively this glass tunnel road that went across, but underneath the water, the entire length of it. which was just an absolutely absurd project. Oh, I had a couple more tiles of stone path. I'll put that in my inventory, and when we leave, we'll just follow one of the paths out of here. Okay. Can you give yourself a haircut? Oh. And does that. Then 32. Then go here. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to shear these until end of season, because I have a feeling during the winter they all go dormant. Okay. Yeah, feeling those last couple of crops, because the soil is rubbish, just aren't going to make it. All right. Are we making crates soon? We probably will be. I think I needed screws and all that. Which were another blacksmithy thing. Okay. So with this, so you got 1 day, you have 4 days. 2 days, 2 days, and 2 days. Honestly, I could probably go through all those before those expire, so I don't need to store the rest. Multiple type scrape? Yeah, we can double check. We would need to... Yeah, so the crates... Okay, so it's just planks. And that's for a crate, and that storage slot's 20. And then we also saw chests. And now is one of the ones I was looking at, and you've got 16 slots. Okay, so the crates are actually not too bad. So it sounds like what I want to do here is grab you. Okay, so we got a little bit left. Grab some of our wood. That's 4 crates there. Crates only store one type of thing. I think that's fair. Because I'm gonna probably want them to store one type of thing anyways. Yeah, the one type of thing, mass storage. Yeah, that's what I figured. thing I'm trying to decide is how I want to approach this. Oh, I see how this works. I see. I understand now. So you don't have, like, the actual inventory slot like you would on a normal thing. It's just you shove items into it. And then you can, like, remove items from it. So it'd be good for stuff like charcoal, wood, that kind of thing. You know, something that I might just need a bunch of in there. Clay. Clay would be a really good one. Well, the grains, if I'm not mistaken, last way longer in those pots over there. Like, my understanding is this expands their lifespan, like, significantly. It looks like it does, because these are saying, like, 7 years. Yeah, cold charcoal feels like a big one. I could see ores being a big one. Clay could be a big one. Usually have flour and seeds in the crates. Makes sense. Logs and wood and that kind of stuff could be a big one. That trade gone here? That is your own mistake. All right. No, I'm missing this, like, more than likely it spawned upstairs. My upstairs isn't fully enclosed nor lit. Okay, we can grab you. Wait, no, you're the one that goes bad faster. Are you gonna do anything with the upstairs? Yeah, we're working on it. I just don't have anything going particularly fast. That's the problem. It's just taking a lot of time. Yeah, the big problem I'm running into is I'd imagine I'd put the crates over here, but it's too dark over there at the moment. And I don't have the floor quite finished. That can be the thing I work on next, is pulling up the stone I need for that. That's a lot of ingots you got there. Yep. We are just making a big old pile of ingots. Alright. So for right now with the crates, just out of my inventory. I was gonna try and stack the crates. Yeah, these aren't staying here. I'm just putting these here because they need to go somewhere, but I'm gonna go over here and I'll probably put the crates along this wall over here. Eventually I think we'll move the kitchen upstairs and all that. What time is it now? It's too early for us to go to sleep. Oh yeah, so you can do like I did over here with this one. Where you place them up higher on the wall. Yeah, definitely feel like we'll end up needing to do more in this space. And I need to get that replaced with something better. Yeah, so we could probably do is go to our mine where we get all our stone get our stone so we can get more of the cobble that we're using here. We are working on this thatch roof, slowly getting it done. Now let's feel like tucking a little storage room off the side. Right, so we were looking at a lanterns. Mining belt lantern. Okay. Yeah, so just a straight up copper lantern. It's the candle that's the catch, which is the bees, that's right. Okay. So go to sleep for right now. You lost a lot of seeds once for having your crates next to your pit kilns. I can imagine. Okay, 9 days, 5 days, 10 days. Alright, so we're still good there. Okay, so I think the journey we're making right now is I think we're going down towards the, I thought this was going to be way stronger against these things, because it specifically mentioned it was good against these types of enemies. Alright. Well, that was embarrassing. But I got good news. And that's going to have even more baggage in our life. Just what we've always desired. To maximize our baggage. Cool. That means I can take that out, drop you in. Cool, so for what it's worth, while I got myself absolutely mauled there for no real reason, I now have a lot of heckin' bag space compared to what I had before. Never looked at that. Fixed movable. Oh, I see. So if I didn't like my inventory being on the middle of the screen, I could go boom, movable, slide it on down here kind of thing. That's fine. I'll just leave it here for right now. So let's get our tools, and for right now, just tuck all that stuff along the side there. Okay, so it's about to be 6 in the morning. Okay. So the plan, I think, for here is I've got a quarry down there, but I want more brick for my basement. I've got all the clay I need. So you take advantage of our highway. I missed the turn. Okay. Oh, wait, I got a bunch of highway blocks on me. Alright, 1 second. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. You know what? You can keep it. Yeah, there's a spear spitter guy way up there. I really want to ditch these blocks, though. So let's take needless risks just for mild inventory convenience. Okay. So medium, Brett. All right. The plan here is we're not specifically after ore of any kind. I have a hole that we were grabbing the bauxite stone for when we're building our basement. Screw you, bear. I didn't even know you were there. Stupid bears. Every time. Yeah, no, it's just the bears are utterly silent, so they just roll up on you. If you don't happen to notice them first, you're already mostly dead by the time you get a chance to even do anything. Okay, there's my stuff and the bear. Be cool, bear. You already got my butt meal. The second bear over there, too. Okay. So grab you, switch you, switch you. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, good enough. So what I'm actually sitting here debating is I do genuinely need the fat off the bears and all that. Well, that's terrible. Yep. When it aggroed me before I was ready, I was like, oh. Because it feels like the bow and arrow doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But it's probably because I'm using crappy flint arrows. I have like one going. Have you looked into armors? Yeah, I need to sit down. I've already got the one of the pieces I need to make the copper armor I want. But I would need to sit down there and do the blacksmithing, and I do want to get that area sorted. But yeah, no, I'm at the point where I need armor. Very genuinely, I need armor, because so many things can just 1 and 2 tap me. And we're getting to the point that I'm going to start needing to There's firewood armor. Okay, so let's see here. Get all your stuff back into position. I do wish it kind of remembered where you had stuff so you wouldn't have to do like this whole shuffle after each death. Granted, that's a thing you probably shouldn't have to worry about anyways because you shouldn't be dying frequently enough that that becomes an issue, but you know, that's fine. I wish I had some clue what amount of life you have, like... Oh, nope, I think it's dead. Nope, nope, it's not dead. It's just upset. Where did my arrows go? Ah. Okay. That was the bear right next to me. Oh, come on. I'm already trying to fight one dangerous creature. I saw the bear. Oh, I'm gonna get grabbed by that wolf. Oh no, wolf already de-aggroed. Did you fight each other? I'd love it if you fought each other. Yes! Okay, well, we killed one. Honestly, I didn't use as many arrows as I thought. The good news is it seems like you get to recover a lot of your arrows as long as you keep track of them. I'm partly happy because that same stupid bear has been showing up over here again and again and has killed me more times than I honestly want to admit. And so we got our sweet, sweet vengeance, and we finally got our fat. And I remember there was like 3 or 4 things I needed the fat for. Let's go home. Oh, that's right. For the armor I wanted, I needed the I needed the leather and the fat. All right. Okay, so we can cook that. So that'll be one thing we can do. Alright, meanwhile, while that cooks... Alright, so we got raw hide. So I can... do oiled hide using lumps of fat. Let's also see what we can do with the fat as well. Alright, so the fat, we can make the longbow if we get leather. A fruit press. I would need resin and a chisel and all that. The oil lamp, that's right. And my hope is that the oiled lamp is a light I could just sit down and that it doesn't run out of fuel. Like, it doesn't tell me one way or the other. And then the fired crock pot, I can seal it using the fat. Okay, well, unfortunately, I think my most useful thing for this would be that. So we need hide huge. I'm trying to see is what I needed the huge hides for. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Oh, we can make the warm robe. We can make a rawhide mantle, which gives us a little bit of warmth and all that. Rawhide trousers, which gives us a little bit of warmth as well. Was trying to see is... Yeah, there was the, oh, where are you at? Yes, that needs a large pelt. And I'm assuming I can't make it work with a huge one. Let's see. Yes, that one only needs a large pelt, but I can use a huge pelt. Okay. So I could make myself this ridiculous armor. But it's a lot of materials. Regardless, where did the fat go? Oh, the fat's down there. Regardless, let's cure this first one. Well, it's fine. We're curing it. We're curing it. It's fine. So it mentions I could literally just put it on the ground, so boom. You can just cure on the ground. It's gonna take a while to cook all that meat. Yeah, so just sit it over here for right now. I'm gonna let that cure. Now I do have another rawhide one left. And I can't do much with it because I don't have more fat. And it looks like my choices are I can make it into a rawhide mantle, which gives me a bit of warmth. Or rawhide trousers. Do you have any mushrooms? Not handy. Yeah, so we haven't been getting cold yet. So what I think we're going to do is I am going to go ahead and turn that into rawhide trousers. Because otherwise it's just going to rot. And I imagine when the winter comes, I got to worry about that. So I made some trousers. I'm not going to wear them yet. We're going to save those trousers for when it starts to get a little bit too cold. So in the meantime, they can just go in the box. Yeah. Right. And then we... Yeah, then we'll have the huge pelt, at which point we can then make a fur coat, which gives me a lot of warmth. We can make a hunter's backpack. Well, that's only 4 slots, so these bags are better. So already I've got better than that. Yeah, so it'd be for this stuff, to be able to make the shoes and all that kind of things. But, I'll need to get a bunch of these plate pieces. Alright, so we'll put that back down the ground, because it's going to do us no good. You're still cooking away, and you're going to take an eternity. Alright, so I'm going to pull that off right there. We're just going to let it keep cooking with what it's got. Yeah, you're not going to stack with the others. It's fine. And when we get back and we're stuck, like, staying overnight kind of thing here, then I can worry about that. Okay, back to what we were doing before, when I got attacked by that bear, and I got my sweet, sweet revenge. Is working our way back down here, because I want to get enough of the bauxite stone so I can finish out the basement that we started. That way I've got a place to put a bunch of it. The other thing I'd probably want to anticipate doing is making a separate room that'll be either like... Well, I'm gonna need like a separate, room for like an actual kiln, because we're using pit kilns, and my understanding is eventually we'll be able to make like a kiln room. So we just kind of toss the stuff we want in there. I don't know how exactly you make the heating thing, and you just slam the door closed and just let it cook. I'm liking how red and orange everything's getting as the season changes. That's what I wanted. Map. Okay, so it's this way. Hello. And pretty soon I'll start being able to use that fabric for a whole mess of other things. Okay. And imagining beehives are probably not super common. Alright. So, first of all, what I'm going to do, because I haven't done it here, ultra high lemonite. I have no idea what the heck that is. No ore nearby. That's okay. We're not here for ore. We're here for stone. Limited iron? I don't know. Didn't they ban that for being too strong? That's in the whole world chunk. Yeah, no, I got that. Well, how big is a chunk, to be clear? My assumption is a chunk would be something like this big. Like you have this is like clearly one biome, that's another biome. Because we got the bauxite was down here primarily. We've got over here is where we got the copper. So I'm assuming we're spanning multiple chunks. Okay. You know, part of me would love to take the time to start making, like, thing. The chunk you're referring to is, like, 32 by 32 squares. Oh, yeah, then a chunk is not that big. Alright, so let's do some consideration. No ore on this side. And probably no ore on this side. It'd be very unlikely for me to just randomly hit a good node. Yep. We'll do it for here. We can start just mining in a direction. And every, like, you know, 15, 20 blocks will prospect one spot just in the off chance we happen to get near some ore. It's very likely we're going to breach into the water, by the way. Okay. Lemonite sounds like a Pokemon? It does. Alright. So one of the things I'll probably do is make a outcropping off the basement, and it'll go for the full, like, 11 by 11 charcoal room. That way, whenever I need charcoal, we can just do the maximum amount. Okay. Do you see the copper I hit earlier? I hit a really... Yeah, now keep in mind some of those ones we had very low amounts, but we did detect it. Now granted, that was a very high one. Now, a lot of those we haven't actually found the ore. Like, we know it's in the area. Or rather, it has a high probability of being in there, because that was one of the things that they mentioned. But yeah, that copper vein was legit. Okay, let's shift you up. Yeah, so we'll be hanging out here till we start getting hungry. Googling for sure. Like Killa. Yup. So I'm going to also do is once we get underneath this other land mass I'm about to get underneath, I'm going to prospect again for the white area. That's part of what I've been doing. Like when I was looking for the copper, you'll notice I kept pinging the map all over the place, just trying to find like the highest concentration area. And I'm pretty much looking for a cave system in that area. And even then we did poke down a couple times. We actually had one hit from poking down, but most of the poking down didn't really get us a whole lot. Alright. Yeah, well actually we'll start with this. No ore. So here's one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ultra high limonite. And then the others we just basically don't have much worth mentioning. So is that higher or lower than we had? So that's 3.18. 3.02. Okay, so let's actually go back the way we came. Start branching off in the other direction. Because again, just trying to triangulate where I should be looking to give myself the best odds. Now granted, and don't spoil it, I understand ores in this game have different depths they show up, but I have no idea which ones are where and that kind of thing. Alright. Needless to say, I'm going to have more than enough brick for what I want to do right now. Because my intention is to go back. We're going to finish off the section of the basement I've already got set. Then I'm going to start clearing off an area off to the side to make an 11 by 11 room that's fully bricked in on all sides. Yeah. Yeah, the map is good. Oh yeah, no, I'm appreciating the map a lot. Okay, no ore nearby. how's our inventory doing? It's doing fine. But yeah, because my thought with this is then we'll be able to make a bunch of the stone paths. We'll be able to probably make the entire brick I need. We can make ourselves an indoor charcoal furnace, whatever you want to go with. I'll probably have to have a ladder I can pick up and put down to get into it. But that's fine. My other hope is then when it spawns in enemies, I'll have a tendency to spawn down in that room. Because I won't care if they do, because I'll just leave the door closed. Okay. Yeah, doing our check for ore. Nope. I'll probably have to head back in not too long because of food. And then we'll probably end up doing a bit of blacksmithing. I'll try and put that that chest piece to use, well, the huge piece of leather for a chest piece to use. So we actually have some kind of armor happening. In addition to that, I'm gonna need to make myself a new pickaxe. And like while we're just working the ingots, we'll do some blacksmithing and work some ingots. Okay. Hearing the water above, I just keep waiting to like hit some spot, get splashed by water, and then I can't see anymore. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Alright, so what we'll probably do here is we're going just a little bit farther, just enough that that top spot I surveyed is off the screen. And I'll do another survey here. And again, trying to get like where's the best odds. Okay, so grab you. So 1, 2, lost count, but that's fine. It's probably one more than I needed. 1, 2, 3, 4. For a moment, it looked like there was just a hollow spot back there. 3.24. That's higher, just a little bit. We'll want to switch you back to that. Alright. This is the last little extent we're going to go, and then we got to turn back, because, again, food's getting low. And I would say we have enough brick. At least for now. I'm sure with the endlessly growing your base and all that, eventually, no matter what, you're like, no, I actually need more now. No, or nearby. That's fair. Okay, let's get out of here. And I got just about 9 stacks. Was convenient. Okay. There's a mod. Yeah, no, I figured there's going to be a mod that instead of just having the pin, you could have it actually associate with that. Hello. Give me those sweet, sweet onions. I'm trying to deliberately not eat this stuff. Like, if I have to, I have to. But if I can get back to base... and not have to resort to it, that's all the better. Alright, I think that solves that problem. Cool. Alright. Yeah, and also at some point, like I said, I think the way I'm gonna do it is when each time we get one of our trees, our fruit-bearing trees bears fruit, I will probably get the shears and prune all the branches off of it to see if I can't, like, how many more trees I can plant. Get that all figured out. Alright, we're almost home. But yeah, making some ridiculous progress this time. Got blacksmithing online, getting crates, getting our basement expanded. We've got our whole set of copper tools, found ourselves, like, some really solid copper veins. I still have tons and tons and tons of copper to use from that. Getting ourselves a highway built. Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here. You've all got like 4 or so days. Alright, so those cranberries there, they're not going to last too much longer. You can drop these onions on the stack. I know that shortens their lifespan, but it's honestly long enough I don't care. Same with you. Drop those seeds in there so I can find them again. We got the bones there. Drop the thread off here. Let's see, I see you don't have any trees nearby for sticks. Your charcoal pit area must be huge. Must have been huge. Let's see. So, how are you liking the game so far? Feels too grindy, complex, etc.? No, not really. Because it's one of those things, at least I feel like I'm always doing something, versus when you're just like grinding stuff and then it's just like, oh, I'm just doing the same thing again and again. It's a lot more of the grind is exploration, figuring that out. If you remember using stock settings, the world is 1 million by 1 million blocks and 312-ish blocks high. Yeah, no, I noticed that on not messing with this save or whatever, but when I was messing with some stuff off stream, that, you know, you'd have like this ridiculously large world. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the sand and the brick out of there. Would you calm down up there? And drop all you off. And grab a stack of clay. Do that. Alright, and drop you in here. Right, I'm overestimating how efficient that is. Okay. So that's this far edge of the building. Would you all calm down out there? Yeah, so I need to check on the situation up there before I start tearing it up more. Make sure I'm not going to get in the way of something I want to keep. Well, I didn't mean to jump down, but that's fine. Oh, hush you. Actually, I'm waiting for them to just drop in when I'm doing this. Okay. I didn't need to do that. So I can slowly move this to be up here so you have like a little bit of a border around the bottom. But then this is the outer wall on this side. Okay, let's get ourselves some food. And for that, what I can do is I did manage to cook 2 more of those just on the heat that was still on it. It's not what I want right now. We can grab some firewood. Get that cooking. And grab you. You know, I was digging another layer down? Yeah. Well, my plan right now is to kind of just keep expanding the area. The big thing I gotta watch is I've got some nice trees planted over that way. And I want to make sure not to dig those up, because that's kind of the way I want to expand. But it could also be a thing where I just put a door in the back and it goes down like 2 or 3 steps to go under it. So it's like a split level kind of thing. Okay. And grab all this. You know, I said I'm not going to possibly need more brick. That didn't... oh, never mind, I got a full stack down there. I was like, that didn't make nearly as much as I thought it was going to. Okay, meanwhile, plank-wise, so I need more planks. Let's go here, grab a stack of this, grab the saw. Put you over there. Alright. So we got ourselves a replacement door there. And that should cook those last two before it cools off. Alright, so let's compare. So yeah, the trees are not very far back. I did not mean to drop down. I'm going to get stabbed with a spear in the back and probably die. Alright, let's stop getting ourselves killed here for a minute. Okay. And let's take a little nap. All right. Because then, like I said, what we'll end up doing is down in this lower area, I'm going to, on one part, make an entire, like, downstairs area for, get a lot of stuff. Alright. So there is a lot of you. I don't need that, so let's take that out of our hand. That tree grew in back there. Don't like that they're sticking together. Alright. One of the other things we're definitely going to want to do... Wait, what? Where? What? Crap, not the spider thing right now. Okay, so it's just you. Alright, let's get back to chopping this tree down like I wanted. Yeah, because what I want to do is any tree that isn't one I'm going to be using for my base, I'm just going to tear apart for firewood. Alright. Oh, you know what I should be doing? What I should be doing is taking the time to, use the pruning shears to cut off all the branches and all that for way more of the seeds for planting more. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. That'll be good for right now. Alright. So yeah, we definitely want to go down a couple steps. Okay, so you're 4 days. You're 2 days. Let's eat you now. I can drop you in here. Okay, so 9 days, 3 days, that. So we'll grab this stack. Okay. Then I can put the torch in her offhand, get her door. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of split level thing like I said. It doesn't need to go down far. Just a couple of tiles. So we can go here, get that piece pulled up. Grab our 2 stair pieces. Okay. Yes, that'll be the new bottom floor. We go here, then make it 3 high. I'm just gonna quickly dig out as far as we can this way. And most likely what I'll do here is make this into, you know, separate like parts of an underground like cellar kind of thing. Yeah, because this can be this would actually qualify as a cellar at this point, because it is underground. It has only one way in that's got a door on it. Or it doesn't need to have just one way in, to my knowledge. It has a door on it. And And then the tricky part is going to be making our charcoal area. Because I'm thinking we just literally just put it right underneath here and just make a big 11 by 11 box. Okay. And pretty soon the pickaxe will break and I'll need to start warming up some ingots, doing some blacksmithing to get ourselves probably 2 or 3 pickaxes made. We'll look at any other parts I should be making, like I probably... Let's actually check real fast. Copper plate. What are you used for? You can use it for a helmet and all that stuff. Oh, that's interesting. So I could make copper plate armor. How does the plate armor do compared to that one? That's 90% versus that. The copper plate also offers a higher thing. Oh, okay. So I have to make chainmail, and then after I do that, and I have to use a leather jerkin. I see. Never mind. That's actually not on the list. So basically, I got to make the jerkin, then go like up 1 notch at a time. Copper plate. What else can be used for? A hopper, a condenser, required to distill liquids. A soldering iron. Okay. So that can be used to distill liquids. We have a hopper, which is clearly used with something. The lantern, that's fine. An Archimedes screw, which it says we can get, but doesn't tell me what to use it. An Archimedes screw with port. I'm assuming the hopper would go to that, like down to this, and do there. We have a boiler required to distill liquids. Heat the boiler. Place dry grass under it, followed by firewood. Copper bits, copper block, riveted plaque, slanted copper roofing. So it's going to be probably the boiler and all that, which... let's go pop up here. To food preservation. Alright, we have crock, storage vessels. Let's see. Let's see, a coke oven is is to coal what charcoal is to wood. Oh, that's fine. Let's see. Steel making, mechanical power, brewing and distilling. The initial step for making alcohol is to ferment the raw material in a barrel. You can ferment fruit juices that will require a fruit press, honey and all that. Well, we don't have anything to worry about there. Oh yeah, we still need the quern. Ah, okay. So we need to make a chisel. We need to make a chisel. Actually, yeah, so we're going to need to make a chisel. That's going to be one of the things we make here in a minute. So when we go to replace our pickaxe, a copper chisel's going on that list, because we'll need that for the quern as well as a couple of other things. We're also going to need to go out and probably hunt a bunch of animals. Because it's looking like I'm gonna be blocked by a bunch of that stuff. Okay. So the things I need to verify before I dig up more. Okay. Do I need to make one more step down? Because I do not want to dig up those trees. Yes, that block is right here. So I probably need another step down to go deeper in. Okay. Yeah, because I can replace this height without having a problem, but that height will cause issues. Let's see, obviously we're a long way off, but how do you feel about decorating your base? Well, you need a lot of chisels for that. I know you can do like fine-tune work. I've seen that happen on Kildrick streams. I probably won't go like too ridiculous on the etching, but I would also be surprised if I didn't do any etching. The big thing I'm gonna need is some kind of lights I can put in the base that don't, you know, that don't run out of light very fast, so I can prevent monsters from spawning in here. I'm assuming the oil lamps either last a really, really long time or forever. Or the candles with, like, once you make them into a lantern. I'm hoping it's not one of those things that I just need to grind to refuel the lamps again and again. Or if I do need to refuel them, it's something like I can go a whole season or whatever without having to worry about it. Because that could be one of those things that would very quickly get tedious. Okay, so we'll start by putting the ceiling up here. Okay. Even though someone chisel the Lord of the Rings streets, and enter in Elvish on doors. Of course, that sounds like the type of chaotic, unhinged stuff people would do. Alright. So this is the outer wall on this side. Alright. Okay, so we've got that set up. One moment, chat. So we've got that set up on that side. And like I said, this room, what I might actually end up doing is moving the smithy down here where we've got more room. Open up that the upper area for maybe storage or whatever. This also would qualify as a bunch of good stuff. And that said, what I think we're going to do here, this is going to be this wall. But I am going to start making the spot for the charcoal pit. So my intention here is that we're just going to make a pit right down there that's 11 by 11. By 11. Alright, so first, what's it take for me to make a ladder? So I can make a wooden ladder. Okay. We'll need a little bit more than that. I don't know if we have any more twigs laying around here. Or sticks. Yeah, we do. Okay, so I can grab the sticks. Probably good that I just carry a stack of ladders with me in general. Okay. And we have quartz in the basement. I can't mine through the quartz. So the quartz is absolutely bogarting our ability to use this the way I wanted. Thanks, quartz. Really appreciate your contributions in this moment. Alright, well, we won't worry about that right now then, I guess. I was like, this is the perfect spot. Straight into something that requires bronze. Alright, let's actually look at bronze, because my assumption is it's copper and tin. And clicking that. Bronze ingot. Yeah, so it's an alloy that needs to be around 90% copper and around 90% tin. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna just expand this a little bit more before we stop working on this right now. Because I'm kind of figuring I want to spend this pickaxe. Get these out of the way. All right. Also make it one deeper this way. Cool. And I'm thinking this will be the back wall here. Alright. So progress is happening down there. There's a max size for a cellar pantry. Oh yeah, that's true. I know the 11 by 11 size was what's for there. So cellars 7 by 7 is the size with a door. Okay, well let's take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we are at max width, and this will be where it's at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It just happens to be perfect. Once this is actually walled off, that'll be perfect. Right now it won't qualify, but once it's walled off, it'll be the exact width and length it can be. Here, you fully cured? You are not fully cured yet, so get back onto the floor. Okay, is it day or nighttime out there? It is nighttime. Alright, that's no problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this to the other... Switch that... Actually, keep it in the offhand. Let's go ahead and drop in here and get some of this stuff out of our inventory. By that I mean, wait a second. Okay, it was, I think, this for the stairs? Because I need a lot of stairs. Grab some blocks as well. Yeah, we don't care about that right now. That's all fine. That's all fine. Oh, calm down outside, you dogs. Drop the others off for the moment. Okay, we can go over to that and drop the wood in there. Okay, so I got those. We got some stairs. I got those to drop off. In the meantime, it's time for us to make some more torches. Can't actually light that, can I? Yeah, the ruined lantern's non-functional, which is fine. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is plunk you on the wall real fast. I should have some grass and some sticks here. Dry grass. Okay, just made a bunch of them for right now. And we can drop these off in here. Put you in my offhand. Grab you here. And then drop you over here. Just to make sure we don't have anything spawning inside this place, because I actually don't really know a lot of the rules on that. And I'd be very disappointed if that kicked off early. And I guess for right now, I'll toss 2 torches that aren't lit there. Got 3 torches. I don't need 3 torches here. Let's leave that there for right now. Okay, so that'll just go to waste. That's fine by me. Alright, so I shouldn't need this. Shouldn't need to worry about that. Alright, so the first thing we need to do... Okay. We got all that. I will need the charcoal, which I'm getting low on, which I don't love. Okay, and we can drop you off here. Cool. We'll need to grab you into the offhand. Alright, and once this gets to temperature... what in the Minecraft is this? This is Vintage Story. It was once upon a time a Minecraft mod that got branched off into its own thing. It is like Minecraft if it actively despised you. The involvement in crafting is very, very high. As you can tell by the fact that I'm having to warm up these ingots so that I can smith them on the anvil and all that stuff. It does make the survival aspect of the game far more in-depth involved, whatever you want to use for your verbiage. Alright, so you got 7 days. Alright, so you're the next ones to go bad. So we'll scarf down some berries while we wait. But it's been a lot of fun. It is not a game that you should take lightheartedly. To give you an idea, I got to the end of our first stream, and around that point I was just about ready to make a pickaxe. Okay, so first let's make the hammer. That way if I break my hammer, I'm not stuck. Okay, so let's get all that sorted out. All right. Okay, and we've got ourselves a smoldering hot hammerhead. Next contestant, we need a new copper pickaxe. Okay. Now I can start chiseling these chunks off. Yep. Now I got a smoldering hot pickaxe. Okay, and we wanted a chisel. All right. That'll be a chisel made. Hi, wifey.
Hi, hubby.
Is this what you want to do in Minecraft, just to make an item?
No.
Especially the part where I have to have special tongs just to take this out of there.
No, I don't like that.
He was like, no.
Oh, no.
Why would you want this? Why would anyone want this?
Hi, Infinity Simplex.
Okay,
Hubby.
what's up?
I miss Hubby when I'm not with Hubby, and I wasn't with Hubby, so I missed Hubby.
That sounds like it's possibly sad.
Hi, sentient cookie. It was super sad. It was the saddest sad to ever sad in the history of sad. Sad. I'm like Merkimer. Sad. Hi, Luxray. Your game doesn't look fun.
It happens.
Give him a wet one for us.
They're just sad.
Yeah.
I do really appreciate that from Disenchantment. Is either Disenchantment or Disenchanted. One is the cartoon, the other's a movie. But just the whole thing where it's just like the pig, it just like kind of rolls on its side, just goes sad. Oh, the way you two interact. Yeah, no, it's I've always very much liked the entire dynamic we've got going on. One would hope, because, you know, I'm married, so, you know, barring deciding to not do that anymore, that is the dynamic I live in. I don't see a reason to not continue. It's been wonderful so far. And so far has been going on, man, I don't know how many years. It's like 12 or 13 years now. I have to sit down and do math, and no one wants to do that. It's more than 2. Okay. 28 years for you and hubby? Well, congratulations. Alright, so we got a scythe head. And we got that. Okay. Let's see what time it is outside. It's in the middle of the night, so let's go ahead and pop over here. Grab another stack of you. Okay, and... oh, no. Yep, well, thank you. That's actually the travel we're doing here in a week. That's us celebrating our anniversary. Our anniversary comes a little bit later in the year, but it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, well, we wanted to do an Alaskan cruise. And it was like, well, we're not waiting till like late fall, winter to do an Alaskan cruise. That sounds like a mistake. That sounds how you absolutely freeze your butt off. Yeah, so we got the chisel, which you use for a lot of stuff. Which the quern is the big one we're looking at doing here. Because that'll let us grind flour and all that. That's not what I wanted to do. Put it back. Okay, so that's got a minute to heat up. Do we still have enough of the block? I have 4 of those. I need a couple of sticks. It was 2 sticks. Okay, so the quern. The boom, 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 boom. It was the last thing on that list? Oh, and the hammer. Right, and the sticks. Okay, so let's go ahead and just make ourselves another pickaxe head. Alright. I'm gonna need more sticks because I'm gonna need to make that other hammer. Okay, there's our pickaxe head. Okay. Food section. That's for when we farm animals. We're not ready for that. Let's make a copper plate. I know that's used for a lot of stuff. I guess it's 2 ingots worth. It may have been doing the heavy hit might be destructive where I lose some material. Okay. I'm sure people have sat down and figured out, like, here's the exact way to maximize the, maximize the thing so you don't waste any more materials than absolutely strictly necessary. And to do it in, like, the least number of hits kind of thing. It's almost like blacksmithing's hard work or some nonsense. It looks so tedious. Low-key, you can't wait to get into it. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm finding it tedious. It does take a lot of work. Like I said, I'm sure it's one of those things that you learn the trick of, like, oh, you take the first one, you push all the material to one side, then grab the other ingot and push the material to the other side, and, like, you can get through really quick. There's probably also some of the more reused kind of things. Alright, so we got a metal plate that I'm not even sure what I'm going to deal with. Alright, let's see what you are becoming. I have a spare prospector's pick already. Make another hammer. Okay. Cool. And we got all those made. So we got a pickaxe here. A pickaxe there. A hammer here. And a scythe there. And then what the heck can we make with the plate? Oh, that's right. If we went to make some of this armor, you can make a plate helmet using heavy leather. We had the condenser. We had the lamp. If we get the candles. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff. We're not going to do anything with the plate right now. I'm going to chuck it in the box. It's probably fine to put a 1,000 degree plate inside a straw box. I think that'll be okay. And we got the quern. We'll put that over here by where we do our food. Let's grab these crates here so they don't catch fire. Not store those here right now. For the moment, you can pile those up right there. You'll deal with them later. Okay, and how are you doing? Are you cured yet? No, you're 92% cured. You're almost there. Okay, so you can take the hammers and put those back away. We can put you away. Since you've seen you playing this last night, you've been watching people play it all day, even in Russian and French. Well, I'm glad the game is like really resonating with you. We'll probably not need the scythe immediately. And I see that I am completely out of places to put stuff. One of these pickaxes is going there. Got a spare prospecting pick. The chisel will probably want to hang on the wall as well. I think that's going to actually use that. Oh, and the fruit press. I would need a steel rod. Yeah, so I need a much tougher rod than that. We also needed pulverizer pounder. Gotcha, so I just need 3 logs. And we can go here. The pulverizer pounder, so it's 3 logs. Like this. I don't have the hammer on me. Let's go grab the hammer. So it'd be chisel. Oh, right. My chisel is still 500 degrees Celsius. It hasn't cooled off yet. Alright. So pulverizer frame requires 2 pounders and a toggle. There's the second one. I'm hoping that won't be a problem. And the pulverizer toggle is a wood axle and a bronze plate. Oh, does it have to be bronze or whatever? Okay, so I can't finish it because the plate's not strong enough. Okay, so I can't finish that one. You know you need a windmill to run that, right? I did not. It felt like a windmill kind of thing. It's fine. And then for here, we can grab you. It's built now, so I can sit there. Alright, so we've got the hose that are there. I've got some spare axes. Anything else you want to put back up there? We don't need you. So we'll deliberately plan on deforesting a small region. We'll want these, I think. That's fine. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff done here. We got a very large expansion behind our base. Now we're on to the point where I'm going to need to start seeking out tin. Tin and iron seem to be the order of business that's holding me up now. Okay, I'm not seeing any more berries. Okay. Those are good for 4, so chuck them in there. Those are both only good for 2. So I brought the pickaxe. This would be for branches and more saplings and all that. So maybe I put that one away. Alright. Right, I need sticks. Let's go over here to where I got these trees. And my understanding is I can use the shears to give me way more seeds and such from these trees. Yeah, that gave me almost a full stack of the branches. No seeds that I saw. Or saplings or whatever. Oh, I'm willing to bet the saplings are referring to when I'm... Oh no, we got an acorn. That was weird. Are you gonna skip the ore veins that you already found for bronze to get tin instead? I mean, I'm probably gonna go to where we saw the iron or whatever, that area. I mean, that's actually... So, the problem is I don't know which ores are which. The lemonite, I believe, was iron from what I remember people saying. That's weirdly rigid. Yes, that's a lot of sticks. Can you see this message? Yeah, I can. Eclipse? Yeah, I know, it's just like weirdly, it's like suddenly it's like, why is it dark? Yeah, and I was able to see your message, AFK for pizza. Yes, I can go ahead and chuck you in here. For right now, we'll just do this. Put you there. And I think that's good for right now. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know which ones are which. But yeah, no, we'll definitely want to go to one of those areas, I think, where we've already detected the ore. Might as well go back to those areas, see if we can't find what we're looking for. I guess I'll keep the ladders on me for right now. That might be a mistake, but I feel like we can put those to use. Plant that over there. We didn't check to see if any of that last tile of flax came in, or rye. You're typing on PC and nobody can see you, doesn't even show up on stream. We just tried a phone, it worked? That... I don't know. Let's go here real fast and finish this road. At least this part of it. Yeah, if you're doing anything like ad blockers and all that these days, they don't work hardly as often anymore anyways. And a lot of the websites like YouTube and Twitch and all them have basically been in kind of an arms race with the ad blockers. Where, you know, one day it'll work, the next day it won't. And then you'll have stuff going on with that. So generally speaking, I recommend not bothering with an ad blocker anymore. I know ads are extremely annoying, and for the record, people running an ad blocker is not going to make any meaningful difference to me. This isn't being like, no, don't run it, I need my money. It's nothing like that. It's just, it ends up being more of a headache than it's worth. Okay. Slowly but surely we're getting this road built. Stairs down. When you're running minimum ads on a channel, you're typically not making that much of a difference. Yeah, well, I mean, the big thing is, one, half the time the ad blockers don't work, so it's utterly irrelevant. Oh, right, let's, before we run around... Yeah, so we had... ultra-high limonite, very poor bismuthine or whatever. That's... change that icon. I don't think it's something telling me I got ridiculous amounts of ore. Yeah, so I got the limonite here. Iron bits. Trying to do... is figure out my ore types. Iron block riveted out of iron plates, out of iron ingots. And the iron ingots come from iron bits. I was looking for is like iron chunks or whatever. Yeah, no, it just tells me... Okay, that's fine. It could also genuinely be Twitch having issues as well. Like, you're not wrong. That is always a possibility. I'm smelting. And they don't tell me which one's from there. Beehive kiln? I'll deal with that later. Okay. You know, it could also be your browser doing stuff. There's a lot of stuff where, like, browsers will do things like disable JavaScript on certain stuff and all that. It can have all sorts of weird side effects. Because, like, underneath the surface, Twitch chat is just IRC. Like, it's branched off of that, but it's IRC. Which has been around forever. Yeah, so we've got down here... I was trying to get where I could click it. Actually, you know where I could probably click on it? Is if we go... Oh. Okay. So you smelt into a bismuth ingot. You smelt into a titanium ingot. And cassiterite is tin. Alright, so there's minuscule amount of cassiterite there. Okay. Alright, so we're looking for bismuthinite or cassiterite. So, no luck on that area. We get down here. We have decent bismuthinite down there. We have high bismuthinite way down there over to the right. Cassiterite, we've not had any luck yet. And cassiterite's what we're looking for right now. Alright. So what we're going to do is... I'm going to just honestly choose a different direction. We're just going to start taking readings every so often. Oh, take that out of our hand so we don't waste the hunger. Because we're looking for tin. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go till I have no icons on my screen anywhere. And there's one block. That'd be 3. There's 2 blocks. Decent lemonite, poor cassiterite. Let's just go west from here. And like I said, my plan is to basically go on the map about one screen. And then wherever nearby I can kind of get at stone the easiest. At least my best guess. Okay, there's the first one. And then here's 2. And then here's 3. Very poor cast rate and nothing else. Okay. Let's keep running. Put you away again. Oh, we got a cave entrance right here, which works out really well for doing this. There's 1. 2. Very poor copper and cassiterite. So we move on. Okay, we got some big mountains up here ahead. Oh, hey. A snake. Alright, we'll just run over here rather than dig down there. Exposed wall, I can just do this in a hurry. And 1. 2. And 3. Very poor magnetite and a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. I can run up this way so I don't have to cross a bunch of water. Alright, let's find ourselves a place to poke into one of these hills. Okay, one. And, oh, that's not the stone. There you go. Two. And three. We're looking for 10 at the moment. Decent, sphellaite or whatever. Which is zinc. So we got decent zinc here. Alright. Yeah, and I understand certain biomes have better chance of having different materials and all that stuff. Not really looking for any suggestions or hints on that, because part of the fun is exploring and learning and figuring it out. Ow. That's not bar checking there while I'm getting speared at. Okay. Okay, the shovel just broke, that's fine. There's the first one. One. That'll be two. And then three. High amounts of zinc and decent amounts of the one that becomes iron. I hear you shooting your spears at me again. Okay, so scooch these out of the way. It's fine. If I could see better, I'd have much better chance climbing. Alright, so it's probably good anyways. So one. There is quartz right there. 2. And 3. Ultra high on the zinc. And then we're going to add mining. Quartz. It's like whenever we need zinc, I've got it. Chalk. Let's just mark that, because I'm not actually sure. Like, there might be nothing to care about, but it feels like it also might be. That's fine. Okay. I hit it, it started spasming. Alright, so we're far enough. It keeps looking like I'm gonna hit like a big ledge I'll be able to dig into real easy. Alright. Oh yeah. Now I can see... Actually, we should probably check what zinc is used for. It is actually a fair point. So let's go here and choose zinc. Zinc ingot. It's an alloy for bismuth bronze, which would be copper, bismuth ingot, and zinc. Or brass ingot. Didn't it say tin? I apparently can use zinc for bronze. Or brass. Oh, I'm sorry. Brass, not bronze. Brass. Okay. And now the question is brass and bronze in kind of the same flavor? Yeah, there are 3 types of bronze. Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah, this is the part where it gets kind of hard to see. That seems like it's in the same realm as copper. Yeah, we got tin bronze, bismuth bronze, and black bronze. I was looking for the ingots themselves. There we go. Yeah, so that's copper, zinc, and bismuth. Which bismuth I thought was in the same area as like iron, but I guess not. Okay, so I misunderstood that. So zinc and bismuth going together works. Otherwise, for black bronze, it's gold, silver, and copper. And then tin bronze is tin and bronze. Okay, so let's double check our map real fast. Because we can definitely get... Well, no, it's just decent bismuth. Did I have one of these that was high bismuth? No. We've got high copper and some bismuth and all that. Oh no, we do have very high bismuth down there. Okay. So right by me, I can get the zinc. Alright. Let's get back where we got that reading. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Just a little scare when you jump over a ledge. You don't... Ah! Oh, come on. Okay. Was this higher? No. Alright. Okay, so you can put some ledges between us. Okay, it's medium rift activity, because I keep hearing the rifts constantly. Would you piss off or two? Oh, come on. I can die here because they keep sneaking up on me and chipping away at my health. Nope, nope, nope. There's one here. One here. Didn't make any noise till it was on top of me. It's going into nighttime. So that's lovely. Let's go ahead and while we're here, grab those. Oh, you suck. So, really hoping we'll get over there well before our glow goes away, which is not going to happen. But the good news is that they're relatively close to this area over here, if I'm not mistaken. I have no idea how long this green stuff lasts. Okay, there's that reading we took. Alright. Just need to get to my body without dying along the way. Alright. Okay, so we should be getting close, because there's where we had our first okay reading. That's where we had our good reading. Our light's gone. Ah, easy game. Give me a second to rearrange all my junk. I'm missing stuff in the bar. What am I missing? Got that pickaxe, axe, knife. I think that's everything. I think we're good. And I didn't get a chance to finish my reading. Ultra high 4%. Okay. No lucky just hitting a note immediately. Missing the shovel? Yeah, nobody broke the shovel. No ore nearby. What the heck is that noise? Just water. Okay, so I'm going to try doing another survey up here. I have a feeling where we're down there is probably about as good as it's going to get. Just trying to get a kind of a feel of where we should be. Alright. So I can go here. Would you leave me alone for 5 seconds to let me actually work on the ore? Did I mention very genuinely that if I were playing this on my own, I think I would just turn those things off? They don't give you crap. They just harass you. Just trying to be productive. If you don't mind, give me 2 seconds to allow... I'm not being hit by things. Can you turn them off mid-game? Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's probably like a mod or a save file edit or something like that. I believe, though, it's a game save thing at the beginning. I'm gonna leave them on at this point, but it's definitely one of those ones, like if I start a new world. Like the fact that they're kinda only half-baked enemies, they don't really do a whole lot, they just spawn in immediately around you. I have it on the wrong thing this... At least this time you made noise first. The zombie slots don't really add anything to the game, it seems. Yeah, you can get, like, there is an item you can get from that's not terrible. It's little gear things. But all in all, they're more just a nuisance. So we have ultra high here as well. Okay, but it is lower than the previous location. That's fine. I'm not looking to chase you. I'm here for ore. It's looking right in this area is where we want to be looking. So then the curiosity is I haven't seen any caves right now. Granted, it's pitch black. It's kind of one of those things that, do we just start digging and hope for the best? Which does not feel like a winning strategy. What would really be good is we could find a cave entrance in this general area. I've already surveyed this part. How much longer till daylight? Alright, well, it's almost daylight, which will be great. You swear it knew it was coming? Still startled me? Yeah. Finally. And see more than 2 feet in front of me. We can just go circle around the area, just seeing if there's any cave entrances to take advantage of. And if we find one, we take it. If we don't find a cave entrance, then I guess we resort to just plowing into the ground and seeing what we find. Which is most likely just a waste of a pickaxe. Oh, that's a cave entrance. Would you go away? The unfortunate reality is this cave entrance is the one we did our survey in, and it doesn't go anywhere. We found trace amounts. That's a place to start. Yeah, I've been here, but we didn't. So trace amounts means we're potentially in the neighborhood. We could be on the very edge of a vein. So let's check this way. Still trace amounts. So I tried turning this way. And going down. Yeah, and so having the trace amounts there, because I believe I went more than 6 or so tiles, means there's a good chance it's above or below us. Probably below just by the fact that there's way more opportunity for below than above. Still trace amounts. Okay. No ore nearby. Well, actually, I'm sorry. The last 2 readings are no ore nearby, so that was a bad direction. Alright, well, let's try going this way and up. It's not going to be up because that's leading to dirt. Still trace amounts. Let's dig down here because we also have trace amounts in this area. My assumption is we have a vein below us somewhere. So that's the reason I'm getting trace amounts over a pretty decent sized area. Still trace amounts. Okay. Still trace amounts. Yeah, and that's the reason I went the other way. I'm guessing either ore node detected or a lot of ore detected. It's gonna be one or the other. Hill trace amounts. They've gone low enough that we should be going below where it would have been from the range up there. Because clearly we're getting to the point where we'd be getting below it. No ore nearby. Okay. Wait, what is that on the ground? A medium chunk. What? Trace amounts. Okay. Should be a hallway over here somewhere I already carved through here. Granted, it might be a couple tiles above or below me. Probably below. Yeah, no, it's very likely I am just circling, like, one or two nodes. Hey, Wooden Gaming! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Wooden Gaming, by the way? Trace amounts. What were you streaming today, and how did it go, and all that good stuff? Here's the main story of Planet Crafter? Nice. Yeah, no, Planet Crafter's a real good time. Right, and that was where I think we got no reading down there. Alright. We're slowly losing our grip on reality as we're trying to figure out where there's some ore nearby us somewhere. And just not finding it. Okay. But yeah, check out Wooden Game playing Planet Crafter. It's an excellent game. Sorry about the delay, like... Trace amounts. Just circling around here somewhere. There's at least a little bit. I'm having a feeling this is just like one or two nodes and not like any kind of like vein. I would assume we would have at least gotten a better reading in some direction. Okay. Try going up again. I believe we're in, like, a hill, cliff, mounty side, whatever kind of thing. Alright, we'll try this. So same basic area, but we went up a little bit. No ore nearby. Okay. So if up didn't make it better, same general direction, but we're going to go down instead. Alright. Trace amounts. I've Swiss cheese this entire area. Cool. I do appreciate that this recipe lets me compress all of that. Alright, and I'm assuming after we mine here in just a second, it'll tell us no ore. Because we've gone deep enough. If it was like one I'm going trace amounts. Yeah, because we're deep enough I was expecting to not see anymore. It's got to be a couple of nodes, like 3 or 4 nodes. I can't imagine I'm missing, like, a proper vein. Start to go back to the 180 degree. I'm kind of debating. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to keep going down until it says no ore detected. And when that happens, I'm going to go about halfway up and then turn at a 90-degree angle. And then just mine, like, I'm going to stay level and just mine straight across. Would you stop? I think that'll make it high enough that they can't get through. Alright. Yeah, this isn't iron, though. I believe we were pursuing zinc. I've lost track of what we're after. You'll trace amounts. Even if it was like the 8 or whatever, the bigger size. Right to left to right you? Well, that's the reason I was going to keep going until we hit a depth where it stopped saying it was nearby and all that. And then once I did that, I was going to turn a 90-degree angle like halfway up, because that would mean that's the best chance I'm at least in the right area. Because we're definitely getting more than like 8 or 10 tiles difference and still having it show up. Now, fortunately, I've got to retreat because of hunger. Still trace amounts. Okay. Alright, I gotta go back. We're probably not gonna make it because of starvation as is. Well, this is obnoxious to go up and down. Let's assume we can find my way back out of here. Okay. Make half dozen copper picks. Yeah, I mean, I have more time, so... Like, it could have stayed longer from the perspective of my equipment. I actually have a full extra pickaxe on me. It's just... We're getting ready to start starving. And so that's the whole thing I gotta worry about. Wait, what are you? Okay. Run up along here, just in the hopes we might find some... Like, one little bite to eat is all it takes to give me a lot more time. Okay. I know, you're starving and it hurts. Okay. I know we're actively starving. Mark that again, so next time I don't immediately leap to my death. Please. I'm just a wee bit peckish. Now, if we can hurry, I believe I still have berries stored down below. The big thing is I do not want to go down in deep water. I'd rather drop my junk. Like up on a ledge or something, because if I drop it down to the water, there's a potential it could be super deep and hard to retrieve my stuff from. There's home. Falling and taking damage is not helping. Please. It's right there. I got one tick left and then we're dead. No. No. Aha! We live! We live! What's my health at? 0.1 magic hit point. I have noticed this game has magic hit points where they'll take you down to the minimum amount of life and give you an extra second before something happens. I don't know if it's like you can't starve to death and it gets you right there or what it does. But, okay. For a moment I opened the wrong box about to be like, don't be the thing that gets me killed. Don't be it just I opened the wrong box to the one that didn't have food in it be the thing that ultimately makes me dead. So I did get one single chunk of the ore we were looking for. Where did the hammer go? Oh, it's in my offhand. Smash. Cool. I mean, we have 15 units of it. So I might actually be able to make some bronze of that. Between that and my, my copper. Because it was what? For the... I remember which bronze is which. Ah, so you still need the bismuth. Right. Okay. Not exactly what I want. Okay, so we got the huge pelt. Which, if I take the time... It would take the time to, make the lamella or whatever it is. You do that? How's the obsession going? It's going pretty good. I did notice... You were chilling in my basement. I don't like it. Yeah, so even though I got a torch there, it's not bright enough. Enemies are able to spawn down there. Okay, so it's not quite nighttime. So for right now, let's just chuck you in here. Go restocking some berries and junk out here. I misjudged the distance. Why is everything constantly under attack? Yeah, no, I had no health. I just missed my swing. Because the thing is, I wanted to get out here and get more of the stuff. Like my berries and all that. Just get whatever we got out here. Oh, wait. It's so annoying. And we got more of our seeds. Did I not get berries? Must have been canceling out of getting them. Okay. So I got cobblestone paths, I've got the stairs. Well, not cobblestone, the dirt paths, whatever they're called. We got spare torches. No, I'm going to shove that one on the wall over there. I don't need to be carrying this many. Okay. So I could take the time to start trying to knock out the armor. Which is this one. So I need 100 units. So I believe 100 units is 20 of this. Ah, I'm at that point where I'm going to run out of charcoal before this is done. Okay. It's going to take a little bit of time to get up to heat. Meanwhile, we can... Were you from making flour, was that? Let's see here. Alright, for grinding up soft stones and grains. Right, so we can make that into porridge. Requires pulverizer. Might not be enough of whatever is in there. We can toss a grain in there because we know that works. Okay. So starting to make gradual progress towards getting our armor. So let's see what the UI looks like if I grab a stack of spelt. Okay, so it will tell me it can... Oh, I guess we're committed now. Okay. And then we can see what ultimately this gives me. I'm assuming it's giving us flour. I wish I had any kind of indicator on the progress I'm making. Alright, I guess we just hold the right mouse button. Okay. Because then the question is, if we make flour, what do I got to use to make it useful? Because you can't just take like a mouthful of flour and eat it. You usually combine it in real life with like water, yeast, or whatever to make bread or other stuff. So there's always the possibility that I've made this. I'm going to turn around and be like, oh, you need an oven. And I'll be like, guess we're figuring that out now. I mean, actually, that's not true. You have soups and all that, which is basically water, flour, and then something like a protein or vegetable or whatever in there. I really wish we had some type of indicator of progression. Oh. Spelt flour. Okay. So we can use it for making ale or dough. Can you just eat it as it is? No. So to make bread, I need a bucket of water and spelt to make spelt dough. And then oven. We can make a clay oven. All right, so that will cook dough, the clay oven. So I got to use clay forming. Yeah, so it's a clay oven that I'll need to make. Alright, so that'll be the next thing we work on. Okay, if I point way at the bottom, I can see. That feels a lot better. Because whereas, like, pointing at the top and just getting, like, no indication of anything, I'm like, this isn't great. Copper. What about copper? You're melting? Yeah, no, it's already been poured here. It's waiting for the next step. Alright, so let's go grab, like, the stacks of clay here. Clay oven. So clay forming. So I need to make clay oven using clay forming. It tells me how to use it. But it wasn't an option for when I was forming things. Let's see, once you shape is complete, pick it from that. So we have that. I'm okay. Yeah, so clay oven isn't one of my options here. It's not like a lack of space, so there's some important detail I'm missing. Is it that it needs a specific type of clay? Oh, that's a coke oven. Yeah, so clay oven. Obtained by breaking clay oven. Created by forming. Okay. So it's basically saying confined in my world, I can pick it up from that. But I have to make it with clay forming. But I don't see how I get it as an option for clay forming. Let's grab the blue clay. I don't think it'll make any difference. But let's just see if I set down the blue clay, if I get different options. Okay. So the shingle's a different color, and the jar's a different color, but that's the same options. That's honestly very confusing and annoying. Because it didn't list a machine that I needed either. So we did find some of the fire whatever clay, and people made a comment of it's very rare. Or I could run down, grab a block of that. Actually, let's take it from this way. So we'll do fire, clay. Okay. Okay, so it is listing the clay oven there. So let's check if we were to choose a different clay. Gotcha. So I need to go source that fire clay. And with the fire clay, we can turn our flour into bread. So let's finish with the flour. Yeah, and that's those ones that you kind of just have to know the right way to go to the guide. I kind of wish when you went to the clay oven, it would have been like, you know, hey, you need to use clay forming. You know, here is the types of clay, like if it isn't just any of them. Because it's very unintuitive where it's like, you go here to do it, and then you go there and it's not there. It's like... But yeah, I know the bauxite, cobblestone is like very, very orange-red, yeah. I believe you can make fire clay. Well, I actually know where I was able to find it. But yeah, we can check. Yeah, so you can create it by using other clay and calcified flint. But I don't even need to do that much. I actually found fire clay. Alright. I'd really rather not dip into that. It's only about midnight. Okay. I need a lot of that. I need a lot of that. Yeah, no, it's all good. I need a whole lot of that. Grab the clay. You've got plenty of food, it's just food I don't want to waste. Yeah, no, actually, I was already on that, Pulverizer was like, I gotta make a whole lot of that, it's just gonna take time. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You remember me, okay?
I'll remember.
No, promise, you can't forget me.
No, I won't forget you.
Okay. No.
Love.
Have you forgotten?
No. Okay. Because we're going to be making a lot of this. It might be a little bit of a waste for me to make a bunch of these sheets. Okay. So before we get too many of those going, I've got 3 spots available, so that'll do for these 2. And chuck those underground. I'm gonna have to eat something. That's gonna be way overkill. And what else do I need? I need the firewood. I'm working on it. Stop whining. You got fancy soup coming up. Alright, so that's gonna take a minute. In the meantime, grab the dried grass. Oh. Boo. A light one. Okay. I was expecting not to have that many servings. Yeah, for those who don't know, Azrael, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games, doing a lot of stuff like Farm Sim, American Truck Sim, all that kind of stuff. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. Alright. So we got some good eats. But yeah, so you can definitely go check out Azrael if you're ever looking for some simulation stuff and all that stuff. You'll try to find when you can probably sort out the mods of this. Still very excited about it. Yeah, alright, so... Oh, if I go to sleep now, I will no longer be able to wake up. Boo. We didn't get any animal pit traps and all, but we hunted a bear and killed it. Why won't you wake up? We're in a temporal storm or whatever they call it. It's kind of like, you know, a lot of the games have like their event that bad things happen. It's this one's. But you can still just choose to hide inside. Yeah, no, it's not a problem. It's gonna go away around the time that it hits, like, you know, daytime in game. It just makes, faster enemy spawns, way tougher enemies show up. They got better loot on them, so far as, like, quantity, not really quality, honestly. But I don't really care, to be honest. Brown coal ready in case we run out of charcoal. Alright, so we're getting to the point that I am going to need to also destroy a bunch of trees. So I get a bunch more firewood. Okay. And we were working on that. Let's go get our sticks. Oh, they're on me. Okay. I was like, I shouldn't be out of sticks. Okay, and then we can go over here to the firewood. It's probably fine. Okay. In heavy temperature storms, enemies spawn indoors. Gotcha. Yeah, and I figured it'd escalate, and eventually you get enemies like either break through doors or otherwise cause you grief. Nah, I'm good. You can keep it. I actually changed my mind. I was gonna sit there and build like a big that's their basement. Yeah. Okay. So sleep so you can heal up a bit. Okay. See, that's what I wanted to try and check on when we died out here. I just want to take a quick peek to see if any of those berries came in. All right. All right, so we've got more of both of these we can put down. Work on the paths. I got a couple of things that we really want to get done, which is there is fire clay. So we were to check for the fire clay marker. I feel like I'm going to really regret looking at that. That's red clay, bauxite, blue clay, fire clay. We're going to mark that as pinned. Because we want to find our way over there. Let's just keep on the road to the south. We should be getting very close to winter. We're well into October now. And the orchard's coming along slowly. Oh, I still have 2 more stairs. Yeah, because it'd be stairs here. And stairs there. I should have made another shovel. It's fine, though. That'll be the big thing with all this is all these plants that keep pulling up. We can burn them. They just don't burn for hardly anything. I also just realized I still have that on me and I shouldn't, but that's okay. Clear some of the scrub fire. Yep. Okay. But the way I see it is I'm putting this time investment to get this. And every single time we end up having to run back and forth after I do this, it kind of pays for itself. But the initial build the thing. Okay, so that'll be a staircase there. Just another project on the list. Considering how much of the stuff we want is to the south, we're going to be going down here a lot. Cool. And that's all that, so let's grab these bushes and just chuck them over here. Alright. And meanwhile, we're going to break off that main road and we're just going to cut straight on over. It also gives me a safe route, like, at the end of the day when I need to run home for any reason. It gives me a road that I know I don't have to worry about, like, falling into holes in or anything like that. Kind of just get to the highway and get going. Take some free blueberries. Gonna mark this spot as well. Oh, we don't have prospecting done here. Kind of always worth taking the time if I haven't prospected an area. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Okay, everything here... That's not what I want. Don't do that. Unfortunately, that means I'm running around badly hurt again. Once I get our next season of flax, my hope is we'll be able to start getting enough flax to start making bandages. So I can actually heal myself once in a while. Oh, I really should have brought a shovel. I just realized... I was about to say, it's like, I just realized I'm literally going to be digging a bunch of clay. Okay, it's at least something. Make cheap with cattails? Yeah, I haven't found that recipe yet. I'll have to look at it again. Because there's a lot of them that, like, I found a lot of bandages, but they all required... That's a wolf. Let's not piss it off right now. Okay. Alright, so we can run over this way. We haven't been this way too many times. There's a good chance I could find some more berries. You know, other goodies. Got a cave entrance here. Very poor. Everything's awful. Alright. Yeah, at least we got a big open flat area. All right. Let's get our fire clay real fast. Okay. And with that, we can get our oven and anything else that Parkley is required for. I'm trying to get the areas where it's a little bit taller. Wish you could find a big deposit of Parkley. You need it for iron and steel. Yeah, it's a... I mean, I don't know how big this one... It seems like it's a big one. It definitely looks like I'd be able to get quite a bit of mileage out of it. You haven't found it? Well, I got lucky with this one. This is the only Parkley I've seen. People did call out that it was like a relatively rare material. Okay. Meanwhile, while I'm here, and prospected anywhere in this area, not terrible. Okay. I got more berries in my inventory if I need it. Yeah, so you found, I already forgot what it was. More bismuthinite or whatever it is. At like a decent, not amazing rate. Yeah, no, I thought we had some place that had more bismuthinite or whatever. Still, regardless, it isn't a very convenient place for me to get it, but that's still fine. Yeah, get rid of that dirt here in a minute. Okay. And the shovel's about to break, so I'm just gonna mine up a bunch more while we have the shovel. Okay, so... keep knocking these out, because I could make the shovel... And is there anywhere I could get a stick really fast? Okay, so grab you, drop you. Do this, shovel head. Get myself a new shovel. Cool. I can leave that flint behind. That'll help us dig it all up a bit faster. Then once it's full, we can chuck whatever else we don't want to carry on the ground. Okay, the next thing to discard. The dirt block. Let's shift you around. You can see as our inventory fills up. Alright. Yeah, it seems like a lot of this game is you have ways you can kind of band-aid your way through materials you're having problems finding, like with the panning and being able to craft this and all that. Whereas, like, if you can just find a note of it, it just goes so much farther. Is there anything else I want to discard? The flax fibers I kind of want to. But honestly, this is 7 stacks. I think that's okay for now. We can come back for more later. Okay. Gotcha, because the pick broke, it reset the progress on prospecting. Alright, poor quality on basically everything. Yeah, these giant ridges are certainly a weird one. Okay. And I'll probably want to survey again here somewhere. Alright, let's assume this is safe for a minute. There's the first spot. Just trying to get down here enough that we can get in our survey spot here. I'm going to end up running into these later, where I'm going to be crossing the terrain and just fall into this abyss of my own making. I also realize I'm sitting here with a shovel in my inventory that's literally made for this. Okay, and we can survey this spot. High sphalerite. Okay. They're not surveying those spots with any specific or anything in mind. It's just, I've noticed on my map I haven't surveyed for a while. Distance-wise. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. So it's like, okay, well, what I'll do then is I'll do a quick survey to just kind of effectively, not a grid because it's a bit messier than that, but you know, every so often just having a little ping on the map being like, this is what you'll find here. Okay. There's one there. Here's one here. And here's one here. And it's all poor quality. Alright. Because imagine a lot of that'll end up mattering later when I'm like, oh, I need a bunch of insert name of material. Okay, this will be interesting. We definitely want the flax. Honestly, get rid of the shovel. Because anytime I get more food and string and all that, that's a win. It shouldn't be too much farther until we start finding ourselves back on the back to the point we start seeing other places I've scouted out. Okay, well, there's just straight up lead right here, so let's go ahead and mark that. Lead, surface. I'm not going to grab it right now because I've got more lead and I know what to do with. There we go. So that's one. And two. All right. And three. And again, Porta terrible on everything. Again, I heard random enemies running around. And chickens, apparently. No puppy. Bad pupper. Yeah, we're just running in between these two spots I've already surveyed. Can't see anything. Alright. And I didn't investigate this cave. Let's survey that, and then we got our road. Okay. Oh, so I took a spot from there. I'll need one more survey here. I'm assuming we're getting into winter because I saw his plants being all white. We've got high lemonite. See, now if I could just get to the highway that we've been building. And we just zip along really fast. Okay. So, we have you to drop in here. Drop the gear in there. We got a bunch of the fire clay, which is good news. I got some seeds here to drop off. We've got some string to drop off. I can figure out what we want to do with that. I can finally return my blacksmithing tongs that I didn't need to bring with me. Let's see here. We got the plants, the ladders. I've got some of my soup to enjoy. I still got one more helping of that. And I got a whole lot of fire clay, so let's stop here. Okay, so with the fire clay, I think that might be the only new item. But that's honestly fine, because that's the item I care about. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a bread oven thing. Okay. And I'll do that. And crafting system's really neat. Oh yeah. No, that's the whole thing. Like, I made the comment, it took me an entire stream to make a pickaxe. The crafting in this game is way more involved. But in a lot of ways where you'd think it'd end up feeling really tedious and all that, it really doesn't. I kind of actually really like its pacing, because if you think about the comparison of, say, like Minecraft, you very genuinely just, like, blast through that. If you know what you're doing, it's really only a matter of, you know, a couple of hours. And I'm not talking like speed running knowing what you're doing, just like generic knowing what you're doing. Like a couple hours, you can already have yourself with a diamond pickaxe. And sure, you don't have the enchants and everything they added later, but being able to kind of do everything in the game, you're pretty well set right from the get-go. Okay. This one does a whole lot that it just takes a lot longer to do things, but it's a lot more satisfying. Like, one of the things that's been a difference here is Minecraft just kind of dig down, and you're going to hit the ore you care about. It's just hit tree, you know, make wood pickaxe, use that to make stone pickaxe, use that to just dig down till you find iron, make iron pickaxe, and then go down to like bedrock level, because now literally anything you can mine. Go find diamond. This one, like, we're still just getting some of our earlier tech up. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's those things that when you know your way around the game, you can probably speed up a lot compared to what I'm doing, but still quite a bit slower. You live in the stores, but the tooting gets you a bit. The tooting. Okay. Yeah, this has a much bigger emphasis on like the survival aspects and all that. The sound when you hurt, oh, and get hungry and all that. Okay, and we've got our big fancy oven. Alright, so let's go here. Oh, we need a bucket still. What do I need to make a bucket? A wood bucket is 3 planks and a string. That was not at all what I meant to do. Put the string back in there, didn't I? Okay. We can go like this. Alright, so we got our bucket. Okay, build up a bucket. 4 hours of sleep is not enough? No, it is not. Sucks when you just can't get the sleep to behave. Alright. Berries, why we got cranberry and blueberry. Do I even have a row of blueberries? Let's start by getting our cranberries put down. I don't think we have a row of blueberries. Well, that's a whole thing to deal with. Alright, Nitro, you have a good day at work and I know it's always tricky when you don't have, you know, decent sleep and all that, but I do hope it turns out well. Yeah, no, I just hadn't run into them. I was figuring out where I wanted to put them, is what the whole thing was. Alright, so with this, I have flour. So that's fresh for 2 days. Okay, and we'll do this. All right. Baking temperature is 200. Meanwhile, for the fire clay, what else do you make? Got most of the other clay stuff. Yeah, I'm not, like, it's just the stove. It says baking temperature is 200 degrees. And right now they're 13 degrees. You're gonna need your own box right now. Wait, what? Oh. That went so fast. So charred versus those aren't considered done. Okay, so charred is done. You're using your bread as fuel right now. Oh. I don't understand. Add items to be baked. Right click. That's putting it down there. Wait until the fire is out. So, like, do I let the oven heat up and then put it in after? This is weird. It's baking, but how do I know when it's done? This is so annoying that they're trying to grab it. Okay. Yeah, this is a whole process. The others are only partly baked? Oh! I just look up at the top. Okay. Alright. I understand. Because it's there, like, I have to stare at this graphic and figure it out. Yeah, I just noticed. I was too focused on the graphic being like... Okay. And you are good for 8 days. Yeah, no, I definitely could see an advantage to elevating this whole thing. Now, if I toss you into one of these, 104 days. Okay. So it does seem like it is worth it in the sense that it does keep for basically a whole year or something like that, whatever that ends up being. So while it is a bit of a chore, it keeps for an extremely long time. Now, that said, the flour seems to keep the longest, so the idea is you get... You know, it seems like the idea is you'd make all your stuff into flour, and then since I have water right here, I'd just walk outside, grab some water, come back in, and then, you know, food's, you know, covered. This also feels like one of those things that would make sense for me to have 2 or 3 of these ovens at once. Okay. Yeah, so 102 days. Category grain. Alright. What time is it outside? Oh, it's noon. Yeah, so this is our new nighttime activity. Our new nighttime activity is we grind up flour. So let's grab a bucket of water again. Just to have it on hand. Okay, what does it say? So water is an ingredient for alcohol-soaked bandages? Oh. I see, so I could clean a bandage. Alright, it's fine.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for subscribing for 43 months.
And thank you, Sentient... And thank you, Senji Cookie, so much for the tier 3 sub. That's incredibly generous of you. Going way above and beyond. I really do appreciate that. Been sub to channel for 43 months, coming up on 4 years. It's a heckin' long time, so thank you so much for that. Really does mean a heck of a lot. Alright, so we got our bucket of water over there. I've got some food on me. Alright, what am I working on right now? Right, we need charcoal. That's right, we need charcoal. So I need to obliterate an ecosystem. Did I not have a... Did I not have an axe? Ah, there it is. Okay, so save that axe for last. So where is the nearest densely forested area? I believe if I follow this road here, then take a right, and follow this along, it does eventually take me into the woods. You need to obliterate an ecosystem. That's the amount of wood we need. The best we can describe it as is biblical amounts. And this will get rid of our flint axes. And that'll put us up to a copper axes. And then once we have that, we're getting pretty close to being back to trying to find the ore. And the reason I'm not going for the ore now is we've reached the point where I've got just barely enough charcoal to maybe do one more thing. So I'm going to have to get that sorted. The real bummer is where I was going to put my charcoal pit. We had quartz down there, which is fine. You know, that'll be great to have the quartz later. But right now, it requires a bronze axe or a bronze pickaxe to do anything with. Which means it's effectively just completely blocked it off. We need 1 forest of wood. Yes, that is the exact amount. Besides, the bear that was trolling me came from here. And therefore, not only have we destroyed them, we destroyed their home. Just get a bronze axe then? Well, that's the thing, is I'm getting close. The game even makes the comment of it's like you're going to need to cut down a forest or two. Still need tin? Yes. The issue is, if I get the tin, I'm not going to be able to smelt the tin and make the bronze before I'm out of charcoal. So we're on the step of get more charcoal. You can potentially buy it from the right trader. This is true. I'd much rather get it myself and not go after the traders for stuff. Okay, don't skip to the good axe. Keep using up the bad ones. That way they're gone forever. Aren't these beautiful trees with their nice red leaves? It's a shame we'll be the last people to ever get to see them. Some traders love buying your bread. Usually use traders once you made a few and want to save time. Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah, it's getting close to the end of October, and most games consider November like the switch over from fall to winter. Like whether it's the end of November, mid-November. Alright. I also realized I haven't surveyed this area. Quit time and farm sim. Yep. Ooh, that's a really big tree. Okay. It'll also be nice because as we get rid of these trees, I'll actually be able to see what's going on. So when it comes to wild animals and all, I'll be able to see at a longer distance. Have a much better chance of hitting them and all that. Bigger trees take more work? Yeah, I'm noticing this. Yes. Yes, give. Give all the wood. Okay. Alright, like I said, we haven't surveyed this area, so what I'll probably do here is once we either go through our axes or our inventory starts to get full from the trees or whatever, probably inventory full. With the copper axe, I imagine we'll actually do that. Behave, Astral. Okay, and we got one more junk axe. Okay. Look, you haven't seen the girlfriend properly in 2 weeks? That sounds like a you problem. I think we've seen an invite. Well, hopefully the response to I haven't seen the girlfriend in a while, I'll take any opportunity I can get is not the response you're going for. I feel like that requires a long conversation with the girlfriend. Or not. I mean, I don't know your relationship. Definitely be like, hey, when you're not here. Obviously, I'm not insinuating that, like, you know, being unfaithful or whatever. Memes and joking. Alright. Let's take 2 seconds real fast. And do a quick survey. You're very open, you're fine. Moving together next month? Well, congratulations. Okay. There's the first one. Okay. And here's the second survey. And the third. Just because we haven't surveyed anywhere nearby. Hi, Lemonite. Love to see it. Okay. Wait, you saw an aura at that last survey? Okay, we can check that. When you say the last one, was it the third or the second one? The second one? Okay, we'll take a quick peek. Alright, so we got all this. That was the first. Okay, so we got lead ore here. Cool. Not gonna mind that right now, but it's good to have that marked. Survey, yeah, you prospect to find ore. It's not like Minecraft where you just dig down and you immediately, like, you can just find ore by just digging around a little bit. you end up surveying. So you kind of go into an area and say, okay, what ore is even in this like region? And it goes, okay, well, there's not much ore here. And you go, okay, well, I'm going to go on to the next one. And you hit a region, it's like, oh, this one's got a lot of lead in it. And you're like, okay, well, I'm looking for lead. Probably not, but you might be looking for lead. At which point, then what you can do is you have the prospecting can do like, okay, is there any lead within 8 tiles of me? So it's a very different thing that you don't just randomly dig around and expect to find very much in this one. Like, you're going to spend a lot more time. Because I made the comment earlier, like, literally when you start Minecraft, you can start making a spiral, like, hole down the ground. Just grab a couple of pieces of wood and everything to get your pickaxe and whatever. Get your stone pickaxe, you start going straight on down. Find yourself, you know, you get, like, basically your stone pickaxe, get your cobblestone. Well, wood pickaxe, get your cobblestone. From your cobblestone, then you can work on, you know, getting the next thing and whatnot. But it is just very quickly, you can almost just speed run, like, without even living your starting chunk. And then just go straight down. Man, that is a very red sky. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to actually put my copper axe back up. And the reason I'm doing this is if I'm going to be burning a bunch of axes just cutting wood, I would rather just use the, I'd rather just use the flint ones. Oh, I got an oyster mushroom. And another mushroom. I didn't even see those mushrooms. We were just chopping trees. I will say that setting in a heavy rain area was a great idea for farming. Yeah, no, it wasn't a planned thing. I was just like, oh, here's an area. It looks good. I didn't check the weather or anything. Alright, so let's go grab you and you for firewood. Now let's grab the flint. Does this also just get rid of flint and stuff like that? That is not the right thing. I'm making shovels. Try this again, except axes. Okay. And then go here. Make some axes. All right. Needless to say, tucked a whole bunch in there. Alright, so I got a whole bunch here. In the meantime, Let's swap you two out. Okay. Let's get back in here. Just need to keep filling this up with firewood. Because we need to make charcoal. If we leave a gap, bad things happen. Okay. Because what we need to do to make charcoal is I gotta pile this thing in airtight. So basically we are packing it in as tight as we can with firewood. And then we go to the top and we put a fire on top of it. And then we immediately take that fire. And the moment it's lit up, we cover it up so it's kind of, you know, trapped inside the, in the enclosed space. That way it doesn't burn, it smolders. And then all of this will become charcoal. Okay, now I go back inside, we get some more. But as you can see, we took pretty much a full inventory of wood. And you can make these things 11 by 11. So you can get pretty big. So we actually might have needed to get even more wood than we did. Okay, so that one's all full. That one's full. Gotta cut up some more. But you get the idea of just how ridiculous much charcoal you, like, wood you end up needing for charcoal. Okay. I'm assuming later on when we get even better axes, it ends up being a thing where you can just blast through a whole bunch. Do I already have the sticks? There's sticks. Okay, we can go back over here to the other piece of the wood. Alright, and that's 3 and a partial stack. And that's not even filling up a bigger one. This is still dealing with what I had to begin with. Then we need more dirt. So we can go back over here. Drop all of you in. We need 4 back. I'll grab some dirt. I don't need sticks, I do need the grass. It looks like the fire stopped just in time. Or it didn't. The rain, not the fire, the rain. Okay. So basically what I do from here is I cover this whole thing up, except for one tile. I put a piece of grass on there. 4 pieces of firewood. And we lay it on fire. And then we cap it off. And hopefully it's right, because normally you watch to see if it's smoldering versus burning based on the smoke. But I cannot see it all. I think we're good. I'm not hearing fire. As best I can tell, it's smoldering. And then time-wise, it's almost midnight in game, so we're gonna enjoy our soup. And plunk you down. It's almost getting time to go get ourselves some more bricks. But we will go and grab some stuff here. I wonder if there's a thing where you can make it hold this. Like a toggle it kind of thing. I'm gonna check the controls because that's gonna be really painful after a while. Let's see. Is there a toggle use? It's not looking like it that I'm seeing. Because I'd really like to do that, where I don't have to sit here and just hold the right click the whole time. I'm down to taking the time and me being stuck at it. I also spare my fingies. Okay. Unfortunately, if I alt-tab, it also stops rendering. Yeah, no, I figured this is what you're doing the windmill for, because this is what windmills are for historically. Is it wouldn't look quite like this, but you'd have 2 stones sitting on top of each other, and one would be hooked up to the gearbox. Excuse me, sir. Did you wait to the absolute moment the torch on the wall went out and immediately spawned in to attack me? It's well played. All right. Hey, we're actually getting a wider range of food groups covered. Oh, very high rift activity. Yeah, so it's a crappy day outside is what it is. And then the reason we're taking the grains and processing into flour is the lifespan is way longer on the flour. Yeah, so pretty much what we're doing right now is during the night hours, we're just going to go ahead and just turn on through, get that flour made as best we can. But yeah, that's, I'm willing to bet there's a mod for that to be like, hey, just let me toggle right mouse button. I also could, like, set up, I can set up macro keys on my mouse and just have a macro key that I can hit a button to make it hold the right mouse button. I usually don't like doing that, though. Not that I've never done it. But it's a weird thing to require. Especially considering you're talking about the player holding the right mouse button for literal solid minutes. I also just realized we didn't have to cure or whatever the oven. We just made it out of the fire clay. It's like, yeah, it's fine. We've got our charcoal going. Does rebinding it to caps lock work? That is an interesting question. I'm not sure if I can rebind the one thing, though. Not seeing right mouse button even mentioned. It's fine. But this would be the kind of thing I would potentially mod. Just to be like, hey man, spare my fingers. Like, again, it makes sense for the nature of the game and the fact that we're stuck here at night. It makes sense to be able to walk up and hit a button and be like, I'm working on this. And your character's working on it to like hit escape to like leave it or something. But the push and hold, definitely not my jam. The good news is even for as much grains as we have, it shouldn't be that bad to get through the wall. Okay, so I got the first stack of flour. Yeah, so if you compare, I've got that 88 days, and I've got the flour 1.7 years, and I chuck it in here, 7.1 years. Yeah, so that massively increases its lifespan. Let's see, Napster is the mod with the toggle quern. It has a ton of other finger saver ones that you can turn on and off. Gotcha. Oh yeah, that's the one I think I heard people about where like you would go to do like the napping on stuff and you could kind of hold a button, it would work its way around it. So that, you know, when you've made your 10,000th shovel end, you can be like, look man, I just don't need it. Yeah, no, I could definitely see going for that. I haven't looked in at all how you even mod this game, but yeah. I think someone mentioned that the other day, that Napster mod that had something else to do it. Yeah, you use Napster for the 900th set of nails. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just grab the file, drop it in the right folder kind of thing. That's usually what you expect with this type of game. It's just a matter of knowing where the folder is. Because I don't think I saw a built-in modding library or anything like that. Alright. With that said, chat, what I'm going to quickly do is I need to quickly use the restroom. We're about to an ad break, so I am going to do the Alt-Tab thing to keep that running. And I'm going to quickly put up my away screen while I quickly use the restroom and all that, and be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. As I get one person, it'll make my life easier. So there is the cake. And we got 7,000. Oh, we got the environmental score. Apparently we got an environmental bonus because we're using precision farming. So because we're environmentally sound in our cake production, they gave us an extra like 10. Yeah, it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want ice cream? Yeah, it's a bummer because usually you don't find food at the beginning, or if you do, it's like one minor thing that's not worth anything.
My champion, energize the spheres.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. It's just the question of when you actually go up to the building and those ones spawn in, how... Oh, ho, ho, ho. I missed that stab, and then I hit the wrong button. Instead of backing away, I strafed. Luckily we pushed. That was a fat finger key. Those are the kinds of deaths that would actually feel real... Wait a second. Oh. That'd feel real terrible. Because that's just like, that wasn't me misplaying, that was fat fingering. I fought back when, you know, people were trying to be more aggressive in going after people for minor offenses and all that. I was like, hey man, does this really matter? Healthy baby! On the wheels, on the wheels! Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Alright, and we are back. Okay, so did it finish it? Yes. What time is it in game? Almost daylight. So let's go ahead and drop off that stack of flour. We can ignore the rest of this for right now. Okay, thank you. Drop off the grass. Okay. Could you hone it down, please? Yeah, so you're still smoldering. Right, so I'm a little early. I also don't have food right now. Yeah, so wait to eat the rest of that. We'll grab one of the smaller stacks, and we'll grind the smaller stack. And then this should be done by the time that smaller stack's done, because it's only 2 or 3 seconds per stack. But, like, the good news about this is, like, this is almost an entire year's worth of growing we're playing catch-up on. If I were doing this as we were going along, it'd go a lot smoother where it's just, you know, doing 10, 15 here, doing 20 there, that kind of thing every couple of nights or whatever. So it wouldn't be nearly as tedious. I mean, I guess if you get like a proper, really large farm going on, it could be a thing. I'm honestly curious about how this winter will go. I feel like I'm genuinely in pretty good shape food-wise. I've got all this flour piled up. We're going to be able to make a lot of bread. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be several loaves of bread a day to keep us fed. But even that, my understanding of the winter is each month is only 9 days. So one would guess that the entire winter is probably somewhere in the area of like 30 days. So if we assume like 4 loaves of bread a day, something like 120 loaves of bread. Which maybe I'm nowhere near that, I have no idea. Hey Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, by the time we get out of here. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so I believe what we should be going after now is when we get out of here, I'm probably going to need to run towards getting the tin that we were after earlier. I think we're good for that, because we're making the charcoal now, so that we can smelt it later. I'll need to check to make sure I have a spare pickaxe. If I have just the one pickaxe that's mostly spent, then I'll need to get our pickaxe made real quick. Which we'll see. I might just, like, in that case, I just need to warm up some ingots and knock those out real quick. Alright. And got you all sorted. Okay, I do have a spare pickaxe. We will need to eat something. Very high rift activity. Oh, you are not joking about very high rift activity. Okay. Let's eat some bread. It's not a good mining day. Okay. It's a real nasty day outside is what it is. It's like very high. It's like, okay, it's not that bad. Opens a door, there's like 12 of those things. Okay, now it's at low. And our charcoal is done. Okay. Might actually be able to make bandages with all this junk off these guys. Okay. Then grab you. I think it was this and this. Oh, it's two twine on top of each other. That's not amazing. Come on, string. Nope. It looks like you got more thatch and all that ready to go. Okay. Oh, I think it's in the basement. The light probably went out down there. So let's get the thatch so I can keep getting my roof done. Unfortunately, we got all messed up the moment I woke up because just a rough day. Okay. Oh, you can prune them for the thing? I figured the pruning was just to get them a higher yield. I didn't realize it was to, meaningfully help with the visibility. It makes sense, though. Yeah, no, you're all good, Infinity. It is a thing that, yeah, like, there's historical thing. I wouldn't say it's actively political in the moment, unless you were, you know, saying, like, Lynch, insert demographic, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, no, definitely, there's definitely, like, time periods that was a big thing, but like, the context user is not a problem. Okay. So we got some thatch and all that. We're not going to worry about putting that roof on. Well, actually, probably should, because I'm most of the way dead. Okay. Okay, we can drop that off. Oh, I have mushrooms in there, don't I? That's fine. Mushrooms can stay in there for now. Actually, I don't have food on me. Give me the mushrooms. That's something I can snack on while we're working. I got a piece of bread with me. Okay. Let's grab you. I've had so much difficulty getting these to behave. Like, there's a pattern to them that once you figure it out. But then, you know. So putting in that side doesn't work. There we go. Does believing that relativizing people in communities have gone through actual lynching mobs. Yeah, I mean, like if someone did come in as like, you know, hey man, that's really not cool. Like, it wouldn't be one of those things that you'd be like, hey, you know what? Like you wouldn't minimize that. But it's kind of one of those things that I would almost look at like nowadays and just be like, hey, you know, it's not exclusively to any group, any like that thing. Yes, there's a whole big basket that goes with it, certainly. But it's not a thing you typically hear. Okay. Is it already nighttime again? My god, the time. Okay, so with that though, I feel like trying to get stuff done. So we were going to go and try and get that tin. And that tin is way over here. I think that's where we got in over there. Nerdist came up with a word on real life, but you're in Germany, so you didn't have the same history. Yeah, no, that's when I haven't heard anyone make a fuss over. Like, there's a lot of things that people do make a fuss over here, but I've not heard that one. Now, if it did happen, that like again, people are like, hey man, be careful, like that kind of thing, like very genuinely, by all means. But I've not heard, not without including more to it, I would say. Like, there's certainly where you could bundle other discussion points that we don't need to dig into, that it's kind of the group effort that becomes the problem. But you never know. I wouldn't worry about it unless someone, you know, someone does come forward and be like, hey man, just so you know that really bothered me or whatever. Okay. They're just trying to rush over here. Yeah, like, to give you an idea, the way you said I think would be fine, I think someone, like, if someone made a comment saying that they were going to lynch someone, like, even, like, in a game context, it'd be like, not that that means, like, someone should be, like, banned or whatever, it'd be like, that's not in the greatest taste at that point. Like, that's where it starts to kind of, like, push a little bit more on the edge. Okay, and I believe it was just past... Again, it wouldn't be one of those things that you'd hear me like, all right, hang on, we gotta talk. Like, it wouldn't be anything that severe. but definitely be like, maybe we should use different words. Okay. Alright, so we're going for, I believe, that one on the left. I think that's where the cave was. I probably should have marked it better. We'll know when we get there if there's this, like, whole cursed nonsense of, like, a ton of the, like, if there's just, like, a ton of just mishmash digging all in sorts of different ways. That's your indicator that we're in the right place. Do you ever face the Gong boss? Nah, I've been dealing with a bunch of stuff, and honestly I've been pretty underwhelmed by the combat in the game. It's fine. But that's about as far as I'd go, it's fine. I'm also under the impression that even, like, there's not really bosses in the game, there's just 5 or 6 enemy types. I'm stuck in this tree and I cannot see anything. Comment needs work? Yeah. Like, I definitely see, like, if they do more with the combat, it could be a lot better. But I mean, I'd also argue the same thing with, like, Minecraft, is that the combat in Minecraft is always okay. Yes, that's where we saw the quartz. If I'm not mistaken, we go around here. And somewhere over here it kind of hooks to the left. There's like a little chasm. I want to say it was off of the chasm somewhere. Or maybe it was farther around left? Somewhere around here there was a hole. It was down off that hole that we found the place. And normally I'd mark it, but it was kinda under duress at the time. At the time it was all going down. I was trying to not get absolutely murdered. Burn this all. Here we are. Okay. Did you hit yourself? Okay. So it wasn't down there. Or was it? Were we... No, because we had... Let's check. No node nearby. That's what I thought. Okay. Because then we went this way. And then this way was where we ended up going down here. And I believe we got all the way down here. And I think we were still detecting ore. Trace amounts. Okay. Saying, you think Minecraft is a bit better as far as indications and feel of combat? I would agree to that. Like, they do a lot better of having, like, different sounds and different, you know, like, different kind of experience, whatever you want to go. Like, it feels a little bit more meaty or whatever. This one, a lot of the enemies just feel like they wander up and then suddenly you get slapped from behind. There's like no sound or anything to warn you. It'd be fine if it was the type of game that you were intended to like keep your head on a swivel at all times. But I don't think it's really meant to be that. There we go. Don't need to watch my back for a while. So somewhere down here we've got ore. And we've been fishing for it and not getting it. I should have brought more food. Okay, I'm expecting it to say no ore, because there's no way. Cool. May sound weird that I'm saying cool to the fact that we found no ore, but that's information that I really needed. What we're gonna do here, I'm gonna try and just roughly get halfway up this ramp, give or take a little bit. We're going to turn to the left. And not going to dig up or down, just going straight on through the wall. As you can tell when the enemy ranges, it feels better when you hit them, whereas Vintage Story is more like swinging aimlessly and hoping you nick the hitbox. You compare the combat with more Sea of Thieves. Yeah, where it's like, okay, it's serviceable, but, you know, is it good? Okay. Small amounts of ore, so we'll just keep on going. The way spears veer off target gets annoying too. Yeah, no man, unfortunately we are just very quickly hunger going up. Small bear to trace. Oh, was it small? I didn't. Oh, you're right. I just didn't even notice. It's like, okay. Yeah, but no, small is better than trace. So we are in the right direction. Okay, we're still at small. Okay. Man, that sucks. I got here and I didn't bring enough food, so now I'm gonna have to go back way before I want to. Well, we didn't find it, but we're finding a different ore now. Let's go about halfway between here. Start digging through this wall. Yeah, no, it could be up or down, too. Now, granted, we've gone through up pretty heavily. Now, granted, it could just be 1 or 2 tiles up. We just kind of skimmed it a little bit. Trace amounts. All right. Gonna have to head back, and I'm pretty upset about it, actually. Okay. And medium amounts. Okay. All right, before we go anywhere, because I got to retreat out of here, I'm going to grab this. And just tell me navigate. This is a no-go. That's a no-go, that's a no-go. Alright. So then when I come back, I just keep running around till we hit one of these downward tunnels. And then, you know, we figure it out. I need to really get a better way in and out of this place. It's becoming more and more of a maze. And not in a helpful or useful way. Alright, because unfortunately I didn't bring enough food. I'm used to having like 60-something berries on me everywhere I go. But seeming like as we're getting farther and farther out of season, you know, the berry supplies are dwindling. Which makes sense. That's how winter and all that starts to get rough. Oh, come on. What? Why is my hunger going down? It hit me and my hunger went down too. But yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, it's okay. At high activity. Oh, come on, go away. Okay. Anyway, we refilled our hunger. Yeah, the big thing is, if you die again after you've already died, it'll just be way harder to find your body. And so there's always the danger I take 2 deaths back to back, and then I don't manage to recover my stuff. Now, granted, I do have some supplies. To the side. Oh, come on. Okay. Do you grab more food? Well, right now, I'm just trying to recover my stuff. I did not grab food yet because we're going to be running our way back home. Because I'm already moving that direction. But then I'll grab more food. Because my food, I don't have anything that's like grab and go ready. I'm going to have to cook something. It's also been a thing that the last couple in-game days, like, you get a little while of not a lot of stuff. We've had a lot of, you know, high activity, very high activity with the temporal stuff. Bear, no. Bear, no. Not now, bear. Okay. I'm pretty sure we've ditched the bear at this point. If it was gonna get me, it would have got me by now. Yeah, we're definitely getting to winter. Everything's starting to pale and all that. Okay, so we can get over here real quick. Grab our stuff. Yeah, no, we were taking some damage from that, but it was like one of the spider enemies caught me. And so it threw me off for a month. Cool. Threw me off for a moment when, like, I noticed my hunger bottomed out at the same time. I cannot see. Okay, so let's get home and get some stuff then. Yeah, no, it's where the ore is. It's just the nature of this game. You're not just gonna go under your best and poke around looking for it. Oh yeah, no, we're looking for tin and all that. I actually have, if we pull up our stuff, I actually have all the different pinpoints all over the place where we've gone surveyed. But yeah, as far as, you know, the sphelerite or whatever it is, that's the highest concentration we've seen. And we're almost there. I would be fine if I actually had food with me. Your hunger was already down in the first place? Oh yeah, no, it was definitely... Like, that was the whole reason we were retreating. And I was expecting it to be harrowing without getting hit. Now granted, I got food back home. Most of it's stuff I've been saving for winter. I'm just gonna have to make a bunch of bread. Now I got you, Bentley. And it's possible there's stuff closer to home. I honestly don't think that running this far is that bad. Like, I've been tempted a couple of times. Honestly, you know what I should do? Oh, no, I can't. Ah! Screw you, bear. You weren't the only one. I was just like, let me check my map real fast. And suddenly bear. Those bears need to make some noise. Sorry for everyone who just got jump scared. For what it's worth, you weren't alone. Those bears suck. Alright. And we're home in the not where the bears are place. We do have a brand new tree to cut down, though. You should check there's noise mod. I've heard a number of people mention that it's one of the most popular mods in the game that's been there for apparently years. Is just a mod that adds like footsteps to a bunch of the monsters like bears. So like, not that they're like broadcasting their every position, but just to give you know, a little heads up for suddenly just roar. Okay. Getting all that charcoal. This would definitely be a fun game to play with like a group of people, like on a dedicated server. Yeah, so honestly, I don't think we've died from a wolf today. We did die a bunch the other day. Once I get to the bottom of this pile... we need food. Taking a quick glance. Okay. Using X skills? I don't even know what that is. Keep in mind, I'm a pretty brand new player to the game. So if it gets any type of like modding or anything, I'm gonna be completely oblivious. Alright. We can pop here. Grab a little bit of firewood. Chuck you down here. Get that cooking. Okay, so that's gonna take a minute to cook. Why do you have to open a vortex, like, directly on my charcoal thing I'm trying to actively do stuff with? Let's go back over here. I want to grab some of that food. Mostly I just don't want to waste a bunch of firewood because I left the food cinder burning away. Okay. That's fine. Meanwhile, you can chuck that in there. And that there. You here. I'll deal with the rest in a minute. Okay. Hey, Spoopy. How's it going? Game's treating me well. It's like a very angry Minecraft. Alright. I probably should have made my shovel. Let's go get all this charcoal. We took the time to get it. To plant it or whatever. Okay. But this should help a lot. Just gently starting your day? You're about to ask how Minecraft was treating you, and then you saw it's totally not Minecraft. Yeah, no, if you're not familiar with Vintage Story, it's very similar to Minecraft, like, on the broader concept kind of thing. But it's like, if Minecraft was just angry and decided to be as involved as it possibly could be with the crafting and all that, and that survival was actually properly hard and all that. But it's really kind of fun. Like, to give you an idea, it took me almost an entire stream just to make a pickaxe. None of this slap 3 stones on a stick and, you know, give it a thumbs up and start walking away. It's like a 10-step process to get there. Like, just making your first axe, you have to find, like, multiple pieces of flint, and then you have to nap the flint so where you, like, chip away at one to, make it the right shape. And then, you know, do that and put that on a stick, and that gives you a flint axe. And so, like, for example, what I've done here is this is charcoal. You can't just melt metal using wood, it's not hot enough. So you need charcoal. So you can, like, fill an entire pit up with, firewood, and then start a fire and cap it off so it smolders instead of burns. It's neat stuff. Very, very genuinely, it sounds like a huge chore, but, like, it really is a lot of fun, because it manages to not be tedious despite the fact that you're being very repetitive. Can I get a shout out for Spoopy, by the way, if one of my mods is here and able to do that? I know a bunch of them have started calling it a night and all that good stuff. Yeah, this game is very depth, but so satisfying when you see stuff coming along. Yeah, no, and it's like, I made the comment, one of the things I think is a perfect example of it. So in Minecraft, if you want ore, you just dig down. It doesn't matter where you are, you just dig down. You know, like, you'll find it. You just dig down, you just go around, you'll find it down there. It's fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This one, you will not succeed doing that. Like this one, you have like the prospect to be like, okay, in this general area. Yeah, like if we show the little icons. So like if I were to dig here, it says, hey man, there's very poor amount of cassiterite or cassiterite or whatever it is. There's very poor amounts of that. So out of 1 million tiles or whatever, there's 0.05% of them have that thing. Meanwhile, if I go down here, it'd be like, all right, okay, well that's got 18%. So this is an area to go look at. So if you just randomly start digging down, you might be digging down to this area that's, you know, there's like literally going to be potentially a couple of tiles per million, which is really not going to be worth your time. You're going to just break a lot of pickaxes and have to go after materials elsewhere to replace your pickaxes and get literally nowhere. But even then, like, you don't just go down and start making tunnels everywhere. You kind of use your little prospecting pick, see if you get a hit, and it'll be like, oh, I think there's something nearby. And you're like, all right, cool, let's start hunting. Getting to iron was hard the first time? Oh yeah. Like we're just starting to get bronze going. I've got a big pocket of tin somewhere that we're kind of like circling around it. We've detected it, like where it's like, oh, there's a medium pocket nearby, and we're getting pretty close to zeroed in on it. Or if we would have just had a little bit more food, I think we would have found it. Because we definitely were like dancing all around it the whole time. Take that corner off. Okay. Alright. So, I've got 2 full stacks charcoal, plus just a little bit to spare. Alright, and I need more stairs. So I got all these blocks. Cool. Probably entirely too many. Alright, tools-wise, we're getting pretty skimped on tools. So let's see what we got. First, we need our food. Okay, and I got 1 to go. Alright, so we can take that off our bar for right now. Okay, so with all this, what do I need? Tool-wise. So I should get... Let's check to see what we have on our wall. A prospector's pick, and a regular pick. Okay, so that only takes me 5. That's good to know. So I can go over here. Cool. And we got our hammer ready. And while that warms up, let's pop over here real quick and grab some sticks. Multiplayer game even modifies what you say and read to be a drunk person. Excellent. Oh, wait. We need to grab you so I don't burn my hands. Alright. Before I forget, let me go ahead and do exclamation mark Spoopy. For those who don't know, Spoopy, absolutely fantastic content creator. Recently been playing Peak. I was playing that with So Ever Dream and all that, which was a lot of fun to to be lurking in and watching on all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. There was definitely nobody died. It's a lie. But it was very, very fun and all that. Definitely go check them out. A lot of fun over with Spoopy and all that. So definitely a whole thing. But again, thank you. And also just because it came up, don't forget to follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. If you're enjoying the content, you know, that's kind of how this whole thing works. Oh, good. The nightmares are outside again. Okay. So, we need a pickaxe. And all that. We're about to actually edit a video together with Ever. That's cool. Yeah, no, it was fun to watch. Yeah, definitely fantastic person. Someone you should actually absolutely check out. Alright, grab the next one. We want the Prospector's pick. Man, it feels like I'm just taking nothing but material away. You almost want to be like, this is just a waste. Where's all the scrap going? Collect it in the bin. Recycle it. Alright, so we got that. And next up, let's make ourselves another shovel. I keep expecting it to reset back to what I started with, and it doesn't. It's only a matter of time before I do that I don't have enough material to finish one of these. Alright, and what's the last one gonna be? That is a good question. So I've already got a copper axe just sitting on standby. Let's just make another pickaxe. I feel like no matter what, the pickaxe is a safe option. I'm always gonna need another pickaxe. I'm also happy because we still have only used just a little over half of that copper we've gotten. And most of it just sitting on the floor next to me still as ingots. Like, I'll end up needing to get in our copper node. But for right now, we're good. Alright, just like that, we got ourselves 4 new tools. So we're immediately going to take the pickaxe head that's 1098 degrees Celsius, and we're going to put it on a wooden stick. And there we go, perfect. And there's the Prospector's pick. There's our pickaxe. And there's the shovel head. Alright. So with this, I can now put you back. Still got our soup there. Have you made a scythe yet? Yes, I have made a scythe. Accidentally hit something behind my game. I have already made the scythe, yes. Right now it's sitting right there on my wall. I've been pretty good on the dried grass. Oh right, and I still have the copper axe in the wall. I've been saving that. Yeah, so I've got a couple of those. Let's take one of those copper pickaxes right now, and we'll shove that on the wall for later. So I got that. I've got a spare. I've got a spare prospecting pick. We've got our torch and all that. Let's go ahead and nom on the soup real fast. And chuck it on the ground. Dad's not a phone. Okay, any of you... Got a couple of these that are supposed to be producing berries today, weather permitting. Alright, let's do some science. Because the game really does try and push me like, hey, did you know you can prune these? Okay. That makes them way easier to see around. I was figuring the pruning was to get, like, better yield kind of thing. It doesn't seem to be eating that much durability off of this either. Because that was my fear, so it's just going to burn up a bunch of copper. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Okay. Yeah, just getting this all cleaned up. I wonder how fast it grows and you need to re-prune it. Like, if this is something I do like once a season, or if I have to do it like constantly. Okay, yeah, that makes it way easier to see around. Okay. Does anything want to attack you in this game? It feels like it. It's been kind of one of the running commentary of the stream, is just, I think if I were to do another run, I'd just straight up turn off the enemies. They just don't really add a whole lot to the game. Okay. I think it's probably in the game because it's always teasing you for the next thing to master. So you end up choosing between focusing on basic food production or unlocking the shiny new technology. Yep. Because shiny new bauble. I want the shiny new bauble. Alright, so we're getting into nighttime. All right. But yeah, so, like, as you can see, there's so much you can do in this game. Like, they've got the jars you can put into preserve stuff. You can actually make a working cellar. We can take, like, we can grow, like, this is we're taking our grains and processing them into flour to give them even more shelf life, and then I can cook them into bread, and the bread lasts for a long time. And they're just kind of this whole thing with all that. So I'm trying to get the last of this, because I don't think we're getting any more grains this in-game year before the winter's over. So I'm just trying to process the grains we do have. But we've been trying to get our tin sorted. Because once I get our tin sorted, I can go after the bismuth. And after the bismuth, I can make ourselves some bronze. The bismuth bronze, whatever it is. And that should unlock a whole new set of things I can make. Because there's a lot of stuff that my copper's not good enough. But I do think it would be interesting to, you know, get the whole windmill built, have it where it's just processing the grain as we're, you know, going out and doing stuff. It's just in there churning the grain. And then you can come get the flour, like, at the end of the day, put it in storage and all that. I do think the bread oven's what I'm gonna figure out. But yeah, I do think I'm gonna get that, what was it, Napster is the name of the mod? That just, like, right now I'm having to hold right-click to do this. But it'll just, you know, I can walk up to it, hit a button, and it'll just keep going till I cancel it. So I can spare my poor fingies. As well as I can imagine after you've done, you know, you've flinted for, like, the 1000th time. You'd be like, look, man, just give me the crappy axe. I don't want to use my good axe and splitting logs. Just give me the crappy axe. But yeah, no, I'm really glad we've been checking this out. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I still know at some point I need to get back onto that RimWorld run that we had just gone to the point of about to launch the ship. And then we started checking this out, and we've done nothing but this since then, which has only been a couple of days. But now it's like schedule juggling. It's especially a thing because on the 20th I'm gone for almost 2 weeks. So one of the two, like, I mean, both games are going to kind of get sat with nothing going on for that time. Unfortunately. I usually don't end up taking a whole lot of time off, but this is for me and Tomb's anniversary. We're going to be going on a cruise to Alaska. So, looking for it, also stressing about it, because it's always difficult to be away from stream as a content creator or self-employed. You always worry you're going to come back to an empty channel and all that, which again has never actually occurred where I've, like, taken a break for a week and then suddenly everyone's gone. But, you know, sometimes it takes very, very little for a channel to go from growing to not growing anymore. So you second guess everything. Alright, let's get this batch of flour out of here. Because there's also something that feels like a good thing when we hit nighttime where it's just rough to be out there fighting. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, it almost feels like there's a day-night cycle so far as what you do, that if you're not down in the mines or whatever, you know, it's nighttime while you're going home and you're dealing with your stuff. During the daytime, you're out exploring. And I'm sure you get to the point where you're traveling far enough that you have to go day and night. But it's just during the night you kind of have to go slower to avoid jumping into some abyss or anything. And I think this was my last full stack of grain. I have 2 partial stacks still sitting over here. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of seeds for next season. Alright, that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, unfortunately. Because I'm going to need to be wrapping up because I got a bunch of idiot videos to edit. Because while I'm away, I got to get my hands on Discounty well in advance, and I can't put that up for anyone to check out until the 21st, so that's perfect, because that's the day after I leave. that will have the entire start to finish of Discounty popping up on YouTube and all that. So that should be fun for people to check out while I'm away. But with that said, thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you. But thank you again so much for tuning in over there. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can go and drop